Hello everybody, it is Yami Fujita, and we are finally back with more Danganronpa Killing Harmony. Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony, that is. And it is finally time to begin the 4th class trial. So, it's been a while, but I'll try to, remember everything that's happened so far up until this point, which shouldn't be difficult. We got the truth bullets right here in front of me, so I'm gonna read them in a second. But yeah, essentially this 4th chapter, Miyu and Monokuma work together to create this virtual world, like this virtual game world, and we have no idea what the whole purpose of creating it was, but we were told that there was a motive hidden within that. The whole virtual world concept was in itself a motive. And of course, when I say a motive, I mean a killing motive. So, we have no idea what that killing motive is right now. And that's what this trial is going to be for. But, we go into the virtual world, and suddenly hear a loud crash. Now, we were told that we can't break anything in the virtual world. I believe that's what they said. We can't break anything in the virtual world. And we were told that if something happened to the characters in the virtual world, it would cause something very serious to happen to the real life person. Like if anything happened to their avatars. But anyway, Miyu's avatar stopped moving. And suddenly, when everybody goes back into the real world, they find her dead in her seat. And based on the investigation, it seems like I have no idea whether the death could have occurred because of something that happened in the virtual world or the real world. But these truth bullets are gonna help me pinpoint what I'm trying to remember, so I'll just read through it and try to memorize what I was thinking. But I know so far that I was suspecting Kokichi as usual. I know he's not gonna end up being the killer, but I still suspect him. Kokichi, Kaito, and Ganta. Because Kaito had been... well, we found out that him being warped out of the game was because there was a cell phone that Miyu had. Oh, so yeah, I'm sorry. Those three are the three that I suspect if the other possibility is ruled out. Because the other possibility... You know what, let me say all that after I read these bullets. So, the Monokuma file number 4. The victim is the ultimate inventor, Miyu Iruma. The victim's body was discovered in the computer room on the 4th floor of the school. Estimated time of death is 6:30. No injuries can be found on the victim's body. And no cause of death was given. So that is one thing that we'll have to determine in this trial. Now, as for Miyu's corpse, now you can see it right there. It looks like she was, like, choked out. Like, it looks like something caused her to suffocate to death. Now, there's no physical damage to her body whatsoever, but her eyes look bloodshot. And Miyu was found grasping her neck with both hands. She died with her eyes open and an expression of agony on her face. As the first to log out, Kiba was the first to discover Miyu's body. She still had her visor on at the time. So she still had the visor with the headset that they wore to be in the virtual world. She still had the visor on when she was dead. So that could possibly mean that something happened to her in the virtual world. Device instructions for the visors to function, they need to be plugged into the computer with 2 specific cords. The red cord is for consciousness, and the blue cord is for memory. It is unknown what would happen if the cords were plugged into the wrong slots, but there's a chance that some kind of glitch might occur. Now, this could potentially be a method of killing her. if the murder did happen in the real world. Now, this could be one of the possible methods the killer did to kill her. There's another one that's gonna come up though, which is right under it, the small bottle of poison. It was left on Kokichi's chair. A bottle of poison from the Ultra Detective's lab was found on Kokichi's seat. The poison is neutralized if it is mixed into anything, but it is still quite dangerous, and even a small amount will kill someone. It causes subconjunctival hemorrhaging. It causes subconjunctival hemorrhaging, making its victim's eyes completely bloodshot. Because we looked that up, and I looked that up in the last stream, and the subconjunctiva term was what I looked up, and based on what I looked up, it said that it is the process where blood vessels in the eyes pop, causing them to appear bloodshot. So that's why that it's a strong possibility that this poison was the murder weapon. It's a stronger possibility than the device being plugged into the wrong ports, but there could also be the possibility that both was done. Now, Makaito's account, because like I said, he had been logged out unwillingly. He was the only one logged out from the virtual world unwillingly. While he was looking for the secret of the outside world on the mansion's rooftop, a ring of light appeared around his feet and he was suddenly logged out against his will. Not knowing if it was okay to log back in or not, he went to his room and slept. The went to his room and slept part is what's getting me. It's just like, really? You just went back to your room and slept because you didn't know what to do? Tsumigi's account. While Tsumigi was searching for the secret of the outside world in the virtual world mansion, she saw Miyu's avatar through the window. Now, we don't know what kind of condition her avatar was in. At that point, it doesn't say anything about that. But the loud noise is what what Shuichi and Tsumigi both heard. Everybody heard it. While Shuichi and Tsumigi were in the mansion's kitchen, in the virtual world, they heard a loud sound, as though something crashed into something else. Shortly after, while they were both in the entrance hall, they heard Kibo's voice, despite the fact that he should have been past the map loading point. Because that was another thing that Miyu said. You shouldn't be able to hear a sound in the loading point of the map. You shouldn't be able to hear anything. But we heard Kibo's voice. We have no idea why that is. That's something that we'll need to find out during this trial. Now, events at the chapel. While looking for the secret of the outside world, Miyu volunteered to search outside the chapel and split up from Himiko and the others. While Himiko, Maki, and Kibo were searching inside the chapel, they heard a loud sound as though something hit the chapel from the outside. When they went to investigate, they found Miyu's body, or Miyu's avatar, on the ground. Himiko and the others ran back to the mansion to log out and check on Miyu, but with no bridge they couldn't cross the river. It was there they met up with Shuichi. Somebody moved that bridge. The entire killing game simulator was the entire thing that Miyu and Monokuma put together. The killing game simulator's text file contained the following information. Objects can't break, like I said. Avatars cannot be injured. So, what on earth happened to Miyu's avatar? However, the body's 5 senses are connected to the avatar, and any damage on avatars, and any damage an avatar takes, is felt by the user's real body. The avatars themselves cannot be injured, but the user's real body can feel anything that happens to the avatar. If an avatar takes fatal damage, then the real body will suddenly die from shock. That statement right there is telling me that something must have happened in the virtual world. I'm going into the red a lot, but sorry. Now that statement right there is telling me that it's a stronger possibility that Miyu's death occurred in the virtual world and not in real life. But there's still the matter of the bottle of poison and the visor potentially having the ports in the wrong spot. Besides that, the virtual world is the same as the real world down to the laws of physics. There are no special travel methods, such as vehicles or warps. There's a login and logout record. With the exception of Miyu, who died before she could log out, everyone only logged in and out once each. The timestamps for their logins and logouts are as follows: 2302, Himiko, Tsunegi, Kaito, Kipo, and Shuichi logged in. 2303, Maki logged in. 2304, Kokichi and Ganta logged in. 2306, Miyu logged in. So that was all around midnight. 517, Kaito was logged out unwillingly. 6:55 is when, between 6:55 and 7 o'clock is when everybody else logged out. Kaito was logged out unwillingly and nearly 2 hours before everybody else. We gotta figure out why that was. There's a lot. Okay, didn't mention anything. There's a lot of truth bullets in here. So map of the mansion. The first floor of the mansion in the virtual world has a salon in a dining hall. Oh no, a salon, a dining hall, dining room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The second floor is only the rooftop. While looking for the secret of the outside world, Kokichi searched the salon, Tsunegi searched the dining room, Kaito searched the rooftop, and Ganta searched outside of the mansion. Which is why I was suspecting Ganta at one point. A map of the entire world. The virtual world is surrounded by walls on all 4 sides, and there is a loading point between the 2 areas of the map. And we're already 15 minutes in. The loading point splits the map into 2 sides, the mansion side and the chapel side. When going through the map loading point, sight and hearing are momentarily cut off. Sight and hearing. In order to go between the mansion and chapel, it is necessary to go through the map loading point and across the river that runs parallel to it. There is a lot of truth bullets in this one. Toilet paper was found on the ground outside the mansion. I really don't know what significance this has, but I'm sure we'll find out. And typically the stuff that I can't find any significance in ends up being incredibly important. Signboard used on as the bridge. Alright. Yep, I'm unmuted, don't worry. A signboard just long enough to use as a bridge was put to cross the river. There's only one in the virtual world. Miyu threw it into the river, but it was later found stuck on the rocks in the river by the mansion. There was a hammer as well as a cell phone. Yep, good thing they're right by each other. There was a hammer and a cell phone right by Miyu's avatar corpse. Miyu claims she had rewritten the virtual world's program to delete all dangerous objects that could be used as weapons, and yet there's a hammer here. And a cell phone. And we found out that the cell phone, Shuichi found out that the cell phone can also be used to log people out. Because a telephone in the mansion was used to log out. He found out that the cell phone... I feel like there's a movie that's just like this. But I can't think of it right now, but I'm pretty sure there's a movie that's like that. So, like the phone in the salon, it allows its user to log out by saying their name into it. However, it can also be used to force someone else to log out by saying their name into it. And like, I can't help but feel like Kaito... That's what happened to Kaito twice. But somebody did not want Kaito to see what happened to Miyu. Kaito was on the rooftop, so he would have been able to see. Or maybe he wasn't able to see the child. Well, no, they said that Miyu and Kokichi met up near the rooftop as well. So maybe that's when they logged out Kokichi. Not Kokichi, Kaito. There was also lattice near the chapel. Originally, this was in the storage room. This was also found on the ground near Miyu's avatar, not seen in the chapel before that point. Now, Miyu's avatar was found frozen and collapsed in the snow between the chapel and the wall where the virtual world ends. When a user logs out, their avatar disappears, but if the user's real body dies, the avatar stays in the virtual world, so again, that is a clue that potentially the death happened in the real world. The fact that Miyu's avatar did not disappear, it stayed. Oh, we're getting a lot of different clues that could mean either thing happened. So, it's gonna be very difficult to figure out which thing is true. Because for the real world, you had the possibility of the poison bottle, the visor, and Miyu's avatar in the virtual world. Being proof that the death happened in the real world. But then... Miyu's corpse is potential proof that she was killed in the virtual world. Because they said that any damage done to the avatar is felt by the real body. Hang on a second. So, since avatars cannot be injured, it doesn't look any different from when Miyu was alive. Everything in the killing game simulator is assigned one of two categories, human or object. Most avatars are set to human. However, Miyu's avatar was the only one that was set to object. I forgot about that. Because that would explain why her avatar did not disappear. Her avatar is not set to the same characteristic as everybody else's. So the rules of what would happen to everybody else's avatars do not apply to Miyu. Now, but except possibly the one where any physical harm that done to the avatar will be felt by the real body. That rule probably does still appeal to Miyu. But the fact that her avatar does not disappear if the human body is dead. If the user's real body dies, the avatar stays in the virtual world. When the user logs out, the avatar disappears, but if the user's real body dies, the avatar stays in the virtual world. That could be another clue that the death happened in the real world. That could be another clue that the death happened in the real world. But then you have this. She was set to object. But I don't know if that would matter. Because they said, if the real... Well, actually, it might. If the real body dies, the avatar will stay. But since Miyu was set to object, does that mean that there's still the possibility that she could have been killed in the virtual world and the avatar still stays? Alright, we still got some more truth bullets to go through before I give my final opinion of what happened. When I get all the way to the bottom, we got like 5 more. Miyu and Kokichi's meeting. While everyone was gathered at the chapel, Miyu told Kokichi to meet her on the rooftop of the mansion like I was saying. This is when Kaito got logged out, but against his will. However, when everyone was deciding how to split up to search for the secret of the outside world, Miyu volunteered to search the chapel. Miyu told Kokichi that she wanted to meet on the rooftop, and yet she remained at the chapel. Kokichi in the salon. Kokichi agreed to meet up with Miyu on the rooftop, but because the door to the rooftop was locked, he couldn't. Because of that, he returned to the salon and decided to search there. There are no witnesses who can confirm whether or not Kokichi was actually in the salon. That is interesting, but as much as I want to suspect Kokichi, I just don't know if he's ever gonna actually commit a murder in this game. The wall that was added by Miyu. Coordinates in the virtual world are represented on an X and Y axis. And Miyu added a wall along the length of the Y axis. The wall had a special setting that allowed non-human objects to pass through it. Allowed non-human objects to pass through it. Oh well, Kibo is not human. Kibo is not human. So, the whole human versus object thing, that means that it might not be true that that only Miyu was set to, Miyu's avatar was set to object. And Kibo's avatar could possibly have also been set to object. Because why did we hear his voice through that loading point? The setting on Kokichi's avatar. Kokichi's avatar had a special setting. If Miyu touched him, he would be unable to move. Now, we'll find out why that's important later. And then avatar error. When everyone logged in for the first time, an avatar user error occurred. That is very interesting indeed. So, now, I will tell you what I believe. I'll tell you who I believe the suspect is. And I know I'm gonna end up being wrong. Because, like I said, I was suspecting either Kaito, Kokichi, or Ganta. But now I might have to throw Kibo in there as a possibility, but that's too many. I might as well say everybody's a potential suspect at this point. It's way too many people I'm suspecting. At this point, I might replace Ganta with Kibo. Because Ganta was watching the outside, but I don't know if that proves anything. Now, Kibo, it's an interesting thing because we heard his voice through the wall, through that loading point, when we shouldn't have. There's gotta be something suspicious about that. But my number one suspect of who killed Miyu is Miyu. I think she killed herself. In a previous stream, we witnessed her flipping out and being stressed out about being stuck in this killing game. Oh, we realized there for the first time that this entire killing game is definitely getting to her. Oh, why did she create this killing game simulator? Oh, why did she agree to make this? Oh, why was the bridge to get across suddenly moved? Yeah, I don't know if she was the one who did that. But why was her avatar set to object instead of human? Why did she agree to do all this? Oh, why did she switch up the coding in the system to allow for certain things for herself? Why did she change her avatar setting to a category to object instead of human? I just feel like there were too many things that she was doing that were suspicious. It's like she wanted to be killed. But I will not be surprised if this ends up being a suicide incident. But we'll find out in this trial finally a half hour later. I'm already ready to begin because I can't set any more skills, unfortunately. So, I'm gonna have to play with... because I can't collect any more of the hope fragments. I can only... there's only a few free times per, per chapter. The only way to earn hope fragments is by talking with people. Yeah, that they're only earned during free time. That's the only time you can do it. So, I can't set any more skills. We're gonna have to begin as is. Let's go ahead and start the class trial finally. It'll be done within the next 3 hours or so. And Monokuma, for some reason, lost a lot of oh, I gotta change the... No, I don't. I don't have to change the games. Yeah, I don't have to change anything. It's fine. Raise it a little bit. Something happened to Monokuma where he went from being full of energy to suddenly being completely out of it. Have no idea what happened. But that could also be a possible clue. That could possibly be a clue. We'll find out. Oh, really? You're that over this? Alright, well, he's not even gonna bother explaining anything to us. He's that out of it. Why even bring that up as a possibility?
到着1位か。まあ、どっちも黒に選ばれたってことだから、どっちか正解だったら OK にしてあげるよ。
Okay, so if everybody votes and it's a tie between two different people, if one of those two people is correct, he doesn't care. It's whatever.
お父ちゃん、そんなに適当に決めちゃっていいの？いいんじゃない？どうでも。
He doesn't even care. Like he's so done.
ありがとう。これで懸念事項が払拭されたし、心置きなくリアルな命がけゲームを楽しめるよ。
何がゲームだ？てめえはいつまで言ってやがる？
Yeah, you're enjoying this way too much.
この際、オーマはそれでよい。とにかく、うちらで協力して真相をつかみ取るんだ。
Well, unfortunately, we need everybody, not just everyone but him.
いいか、こんなところで死んでられんぞ。
I'm glad she's pumped up.
しっかり頼もしく
Yeah, I'm glad she's so determined.
一つ変われば変わるのね。キャラの持ち味がなくなったよね。
Oh my gosh.
余計なお世話じゃ。
学級裁判に集中しましょう。まず最初にはっきりさせるべきなのは桃田ちゃんが犯人ってことだよね。
Jesus, man, why everybody is too quick to jump on somebody as the culprit? I'm gonna try not to pause too much.
あ、なんだと。
What do you mean, say it to your face? You wanted to walk all the way across the room?
だって俺らが全員ログインしている時桃田ちゃんは一人だけ先にログアウトしてたんでしょ。
This instantly proves that Kaito is not the killer. Well, no, hang on.
つまり君だけは自由に行動できたってことだよね。それならいくらでも犯行が可能だと思うんだけど。
Yeah, just because somebody instantly jumps on another person at the beginning doesn't automatically mean that person's not the killer. Because the same thing happened to Kirumi. She was suspected early, and they ended up being right.
ふざけんな。俺が犯人なわけねえだ
And
ろ。
for the heck was his name? It also started with a K. Korekiyo. Him too. He was suspected early as well.
そうだよ。桃田君が入間さんを殺したなんて信じられないよ。
いつまで言ってるの？信じた人でも簡単に人を殺すのがこのゲームなんだよ。今まで何度もそれを目の当たりにしてきたよね。赤松ちゃんの時から何度もさ。
You still had got her name in your mouth. The fact that Kaito was the only one logged out is suspicious. But he's not the culprit. He can't be. Alright, here we go. We're gonna prove it right here. Oh,
先に一人でログアウトした桃田ちゃんがログインしたままの入間ちゃんを毒薬で殺害したんでしょ。
桃田君が犯人なんて信じられないよ。
当たり前だ。俺はやってね
I almost forgot how to play the game for a
袋瓶が
second.
見つかったのは大間のソファーだったじゃねえか。
それは俺に罪を
That's
かぶせ
true.
ようとした
You did find it in his
桃田
seat.
ちゃんの偽装工作でしょ。
桃田よ。他に言い残すことはあるか。
言い残すってなんだよ。
First, we need to decide if Miyu was killed in the real world or the virtual world. That's where the problem lies. Exactly. That's the biggest thing we need to find out.
先に一人でログアウトした桃田ちゃんがログインしたままの入間ちゃんを毒薬で殺害したんでしょ。
桃田君が犯人なんて信じられないよ。
当たり前だ。俺はやって
Okay, wait. No, just skip through this again. Cause, I think Hammer is the right truth bullet. I think Hammer is the right truth bullet. So let's just find out. Oops, sorry. Okay, no, I'm on the wrong truth bullet.
先に一人でログアウトした桃田ちゃんが毒薬で殺害したんでしょ。
桃田君が
Oh
犯人
my
な
god, I
ん
was
て
about
信
to
じら
say,
れない
how did that miss? The game decided at the last second that I got it.
入間さんは毒薬で殺されたんじゃないよ。
Oh, whoops. Hold on.
瓶のラベルにあった注意書きを見ればわかるんだ。
Alright, so right there. Shuichi already telling us the poison is not the murder weapon. That bottle of poison was not the murder weapon. There's a different way.
あの毒薬を飲むと結膜下の小さい血管が破れて白目部分が血で染まるらしい。つまり毒薬を飲んだ人間は目が真っ赤に充血しているはずなんだ。
Yes, her eyes did not necessarily look bloodshot. They were just wide open. Which means the other possibility is the one that might be true. Something was done to her avatar to cause her to go into shock.
でもイルマさんの死体ってそうだよ、目は充血してなかったよ。イルマさんはあの毒薬で殺されたんじゃないんだよ。
Yeah, her eyes weren't bloodshot, they were just left open.
だったらあの毒薬って何なの？
A diversion.
犯人の偽装工作でしょ。イルマが毒殺されたって見
Maki
せかけよう
agrees.
としたんだよ。
ではイルマの本当の死因は何じゃ？
This proves that I'm leaning closer to the fact that something was done to her avatar. I'm leaning on that as a possibility now. Miyu's real cause of death. The only one I can think of. Probably the hammer. That's from the virtual world. I'm explaining to Kaito because of this skill. So it's not that one. So then what else could it have been? Well, you're gonna have to explain this one. The killing game simulator itself.
これだ。イルマさんが死んだのは殺し合いシミュレーターのせいだ。
The killing game simulator itself is the cause of death. Well, you're gonna have to explain that.
あのプログラムはアバターが致命的なダメージを負うとそのショックで
So it's what I
本
was
体も
just
死亡
saying.
するって特徴があるんだ。
It means that something was done to her avatar to cause her real body to go into shock.
あのプログラムのテキストファイルにもそう書いてあったよ。
イルマはプログラム世界で致命的なダメージを負ってそのショックで死んじまったってわけだな。
だとすると彼女の死因は殺し合いシミュレーターって言えるよね。
ところでさ、さっきから気になってるんだけど、
I'm gonna try to get through this as fast as I can.
そのプログラム世界ってどこにあるの？校舎の何階にあるんだっけ？
What do you mean? What floor is it on?
よくわかってないなら無理に口を挟まないでいいから。
彼女がプログラム世界で殺されたとなると
Where have you been at the whole time,
次に突き止めなければ
Ganta?
ならないのは彼女がプログラム世界で負った致命的ダメージですね。
Well, that has to be when the hammer comes into play. Or some other
プロ
object.
グラム世界での死因か。
He's still confused about something.
ゴンタ君が混乱してるみたいだし、少しあの世界でのことを整理してみようか。私たちは外の世界の秘密を探して大きく二手に分かれたよね。
館を担当したのは俺と犀原ちゃんと白金ちゃんとゴンタと
Kaito.
おまけの桃田ちゃんだったよね。
ああ、おまけだと。
My
で
god, I have to spell it
今
out
回の
for
担
him.
当はキーボード春川ちゃんと夢野ちゃん、それに死んだ入間ちゃんだったね。
この状況で誰がどんな方法でイルマに致命的ダメージを負わせ
It
ることが
obviously had to have
できた
happened while she was outside. Somebody was outside and did this. Like, they heard a crashing sound. They said it sounded like something hit the wall of the chapel.
それを考えればいいんだな。ではみんなで力を合わせて考えるぞ。
いやー、ツルペタは相変わらずだろうけど、ゆめのちゃんは本当に成長したよ
Oh
ね。
my gosh, this guy, like, can we please get him out of here?
そっちだってこれから急成長を遂げるんだ。
さっさと始めましょうか。
The fatal damage that Miyu received in the virtual world. Let's pin that down. Alright, come on.
プログラム世界でイルマが負った致命的ダメージか。そいつを考えればいいんだな。
イルマに致命的ダメージを負わせたのはあやつのアバターのそばに落ちていたハンマーで間違いない。
それかゴンタが素手で殴ったか。
そもそも王だとは限らない
Bare hand? What?
私は考察だと思うんだけど
高所から突き落とされた可能性もあります。
あとは歴史とか
We have to determine the specific cause of death. Am I not able to look at... Am I not able to look at the... The transcript? So I guess not. Alright, so, no, what is the cause of death? Computer room on the fourth. It's not this. This is not. No injuries were found on her body because something had to have happened in the virtual world. Now, what else was on that? I know, no, Hammer wasn't there. He crashed into something else. I don't think it's the signboard. That would be interesting. Signboard uses the bridge. I mean, the signboard did end up going missing. Or, well, not, it was misplaced. Not that it went missing, it was misplaced. And I'll try that first. If I think about the condition of Miyu's body, that should yield as a clue. Okay, no, but I don't know which, truth bullet I need to be on. Let me, well, so again, they have Monokuma file, small bottle poison, Miyu's corpse, signboard, and cell phone. It's not this. And it's not that. The signboard threw it into the river, but it later found stuff. So she was the one that threw it into the river, and so she was the one who moved it. And she was the one who moved it. She threw it into the river. So she was the reason why it was misplaced. Like the phone, it allows users to log out by saying their name into it. However, it can also be used to force someone else to log out by saying the name. Rewritten the virtual world's program to delete all dangerous objects. So why was the hammer still there? Alright, yeah, I have no idea which thing I need to be on right now. Miyu's corpse.
それかゴンタが素手で殴ったか。
No, Ganta did not do anything.
限らないよ。私は考察だと思うんだけど。
I don't know if she was strangled. I think
突き落とされた可能性もあります。
she was
あ
pushed.
とは歴史とか
Drowned? No. I think that it was what Himiko said. I'm gonna try what Himiko said.
致命的ダメージを負わせたのはあやつのアバターのそばに落ちていたハンマーで間違いない。
No, it's not the hammer. It seems my third eye saw the truth. You gotta remember Miyu's body. Was she really killed with the hammer? So it's not what she said. No, the Miyu's corpse has to be the correct truth bullet. This has to be the correct truth bullet. Still had the visor on at the time. So, now I want to know... which one is supposed to be shot at. Hang on. Okay. It's not what Himiko says. Thank you. Oh my, I was running way out of focus there. It's what Maki said. I was definitely running out of focus there. Yes, exactly. There were tears in her eyes. Like there were tears coming out of her eyes. So, strangulation is a strong possibility. Okay, yes, I remember this part now. But again, there's the whole thing about her being categorized as an object, not a human. But doesn't that feel a little suspicious though? I mean, I don't think so. But Maki knowing, or not knowing, but being able to determine that Miyu was strangled to death. I mean, I'm not sure if that makes her suspicious because, like Shuji just explained, it's pretty evident by the state of her corpse. There were tears in her eyes. So there must have been some sort of a struggle. Strangulation and poison are the only things that could make her look like she's suffocated. Alright, so now I'm not so sure if Miyu did this to herself. If she did, then I'm very interested to know how. You see, exactly. This is why I immediately debunked my thought about her being suspicious, because now Kokichi's gonna jump on her. For no reason, man. That's right, avatars were all equal strength. Nobody was stronger or weaker than the other. That's why I'm not sure if... Yeah, they didn't need a tool. Yeah, I'm not sure if they just used their bare hands. Well, we know a rope wasn't used. There was a hammer on the floor by her body. Seriously, just stop talking, Kokichi.
うちは見た覚えはないぞ。
No, there was definitely no rope.
つうことは他の何かをロープの代わりにしたんじゃねえか。
Something for a rope. I have an idea of what it might be. I found it during the investigation. It's not the lattice. Because the lattice is not flexible. Wait. The toilet paper? Is it possibly the toilet paper?
これだ。
Oh my goodness, I told you! I told you that the toilet paper was gonna come into play. I told you that was gonna be an item where it was like, you don't see the importance of it now, but watch. It's gonna end up being very important. Is this toilet paper? What would toilet paper be doing here? Well, now you know.
犯人はあれをロープの代わりにしたんじゃないかな。
その推理は無視できないよ。
No, well, Gonta's gonna refute that point.
犀原君、どういうつもり？
どうしたの？
どうしたも何もないよ。こんな時にふざけるなんて紳士的じゃない。
What are you talking about?
こんな時にふざけないで。トイレットペーパーなんかがロープの代わりになるわけ
I don't even...
だって簡単に破れちゃうじゃないか。
I...
そんなのバカなゴン太にだってわかるよ。
I don't even know what bullet I'm supposed to be on right now. So let me figure that out first. Or in other words, let me look up the answer first. Like, I'm sorry, I'm... Okay, we're actually on the correct thing.
犯人がロープの代わりに使ったのはトイレットペーパーで間違いないんだ。
入間さんはあんなに苦しそうに死んでいたのに、犀原君はどうして君は超高校級の探偵でしょ。
No, come on, thank you.
考えてよ。入間さんを殺した凶器のことをさ。
いや、犯人がロープの代わりに使ったのはトイレットペーパーで間違いないんだ。
こんな時にふざけないで。トイレットペーパーなんかがロープの代わりになるわけないよ。だって簡単に破
Nope,
れちゃう
I
じゃ
just
ないか。
missed it again.
そんなのバカなゴン太にだってわかるよ。
Okay, I keep cutting it.
犯人がロ
Okay,
ープ
hold
の
on.
代わりに使ったの
I'll
は
make sure to
トイ
get
レ
it
ッ
this
トペ
time.
ーパーで間違いないんだ。
入
We'll
間
get it
さ
this
んはあ
time.
んなに苦しそうに死んでいたのに、犀原君はどうしてふざけていられるの。君は超高校級の探偵でしょ。もっとちゃんと考えてよ。
Nope, I just got it wrong
入
again.
間さんを殺した凶器のことをさ。
いや、犯人が
I
ロープ
keep
の代
on
わりに
missing
使
it.
った
Hold
のは
on.
トイレットペーパーで間違いないんだ。
I'm not predicting when it's supposed to come up.
トイレットペーパーなんかがロープの代わりになるわけないよ。だって簡単に破れちゃうじゃないか。
What? You no can strangle with toilet paper. No matter what you say, no way that's possible.
こんな時にふざけないで。
What? I thought that was the correct thing. No, it's not. It's not the right one. Hold on.
トイレットペーパーなんかがロープの代わりになるわけないよ。だって簡単に破れちゃうじゃ
There
な
we
いか。
go. Killing Game Simulator was the correct truth bullet. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm always looking up the answers, but because I'm just trying to avoid dying, toilet paper wouldn't
だ
tear.
ってプログラム世界には
That's
物が
right.
壊れないってルールがあるからね。
In the virtual world, objects are unbreakable.
物が壊れない
But if objects are unbreakable, then why did Miyu die? Her character's category was set to object, not human. I'm trying not to cause too
ゴンタは
much.
本当にバカだな。そんなことも理解できてなかったの？
あの世界には物は壊れねえって決まりがあんだよ。それならトイレットペーパーだってちぎれねえはずだ。つまり立派にロープの代わりになるってわけだ。
なんかよくわからないけど
But you're gonna have to understand for now.
間違ってたのはゴンタみたいだ。
うん、いいんだよ。
それにしても
You gotta charge my
ト
phone
イレ
already.
ットペーパーとはなあやつらしい最後じゃ。
And how is that a fitting end for her?
らしい。
Because of her filthy mouth?
僕にはその理論は理解不能です。
でもその凶器がどうして館のそばに落ちてたの？イルマさんが殺されたのは教会の横だよね。
Oh, you know they probably snuck it over there to frame somebody over there.
犯人が証拠隠滅のために捨てたんじゃねえか。
Frame somebody who was on the mansion side. If the culprit meant to get rid of the evidence, they did a poor job of it. There was a much better place where they could have destroyed it.
それに凶器がトイレットペーパーだとすると、彼女のそばに落ちてたハンマーはどうなるの？
犯人がいざという時のために用意した第二候補の凶器でしょうか。
あれを用意したのは犯人じゃないよ。
でも犯人以外に誰
The
がハンマー
culprit
なんか
didn't
用意
bring
し
the
たんです
hammer.
か？
One second. Alright, anyway. We already know who brought that hammer. The person who brought that hammer was Miyu herself.
そうだ。
Because she rewrote the program.
あのハンマーは殺されたイルマさんが用意したものだよ。
And they say that she rewrote the program to eliminate any dangerous items, but that clearly was not the case. She rewrote it to allow for certain things to stay.
イルマさんか。
彼女は最初に言ってたんだけどさ。
I rewrote the program to delete all dangerous objects that could be used as weapons.
ああ、危険なものは消したって言ってたな。
それなのにハンマーなんてあからさまに危険なものを見落とすわけがない。あれはイルマさんがわざとあの世界に残しておいたんだよ。
She rewrote the program to delete certain dangerous items, but to also allow for certain things to stay.
わざとじゃと
That's why I'm wondering if she did this to herself.
なんでそんなことをしたの？
Unless she was doing that for protection. Miyu brought the hammer for sure. But what does she need it for? We need to make that clear. Well, let's make it clear. Why did she bring the hammer?
ハンマーを用意したのがイルマさんだとして何に使おうとしてい
I
た
feel
の
like it has to be something to do with this.
あのハンマーで壁を壊そうとしたとか？
ハンマー
I can't read that.
そうだ、工作するつもりだったんだよ。
護身用に持ってたってだけだろう。
それかこっそり呼び出した
I
相
think
手を
that's true.
あのハンマーで殴り殺そうとしてたとか。
アホ、あやつは被害者じゃぞ。
What was Miyu planning to do with the hammer? That's still unclear. I need to think back to what she was doing, what her plan was. It was to meet up with somebody. So that lets me want to try what Kokachi said.
イルマさんだとして何使おうとしていたのでしょうか。
あのハンマーこれをこそうとし
To,
た
to
とか
break down a
ハン
wall?
マーの用途って言った
No.
ら、そうだ、工作するつもりだったんだよ。
護身用に持ってたってだけだろう。
それかこっそり呼び出した相手を。
I know it.
それに賛成だ。
It is what Kokachi said.
実はイルマさんはあのプログラム世界である人と待ち合わせをしていたらしいんだ。
So, what Kaito said is potentially right. Because she was planning to meet up with somebody, she maybe brought the hammer in self-defense.
そうそう、俺とね、イルマちゃんと館の屋上で待ち合わせしてたんだ。
そうなの？
僕もその話は教会で聞きました。
ちなみに呼び出したのはイルマちゃんの方だよ。プログラム世界に入る前に言われたんだけど、うっかり待ち合わせ場所を忘れちゃって、その確認をしているのをキーボーに盗み聞
He
きされたん
spied
だ。
on you?
待て、イルマが大魔を呼び出したのか。
で、その彼女がハンマーを用意していたとすると、彼女は何をやろうとしてたんだろうね。
I feel like it might have been what Kaito said. Protect herself. And Kokachi's already figured it out. She was planning to... Was she planning to kill Kokachi?
そうだ。
Oh my goodness.
彼女は大魔くんを殺そうとしてたんじゃないかな。
Yes, she didn't just bring the hammer for self-defense. She bought it because she brought it because she was attempting to commit a murder. She wanted to kill Kokachi. And that didn't work. Hang on. And I just had a thought. You guys cannot believe me all you want, but every time that I'm pausing and muting my mic, it is not to look up more answers on this game. Like, the last couple things that I answered was purely on me. That was not me pausing and muting so that I can go look something up. Like, I'm always honest when I look up the answers.
あ、なんだと。
So the hammer was actually because she was trying to commit a murder.
彼女は呼び出した俺をあのハンマーで殺そうとしてたんだ。
Wait, but you knew that from the start?
それが嘘じゃないってことは、彼女が企んでた計画の内容を考えてみればわかるはずだよ。
But this also does not prove that Kokachi is the killer. Miyu's plan, huh? I'm sure if I analyze the clues we found, I can figure something out. Alright, let's do it! Oh, here we go. Psych taxi, okay. Hang on, I gotta remember how to play. Okay, accelerate, concentrate. Okay. Okay, I don't want to accelerate too much. Okay. I can't get multiple things at once. Or maybe I can. I think I just did earlier. Here we go. Let's try to get 2 things at once. There we go. No. Who tried to kill Kokichi? Okay, so yeah, we know that that's Miyu. Who tried to kill Kokichi? Well, we know the answer to that is Miyu. This is taking a while to load. So we know that Miyu is the one who tried to kill Kokichi. That noise is so weird. Sounds almost like a re-zero animation. Oh wait, look out, that's not a... And speaking of cars, the reason why I didn't stream yesterday, even though I was off, there was a lot that was happening yesterday. And one of the things that happened is I bought a new car. I was at a dealership for a long time, so that's why I didn't stream yesterday. I was in the process of buying a new car. But where was Miyu trying to kill Kokichi? Where was Miyu trying to... So at the mansion. That's at the mansion. It's all we were just talking about that. The real world, the virtual world, the virtual world. The afterlife. He tried to kill Miyu in the afterlife? Alright, final question. Nope. Okay. Right lane. Right lane. Or, I guess it's the middle lane. Oh, excuse me, sorry, excuse me. Who... Something. No, why? Why was a bottle of poison on Kokichi's seat? Now, that is a good question. We said that was a diversion. Well, why was there a bottle of poison on Kokichi's seat? Well, we said that this was a diversion. Oh, well, was that Miyu's trying to kill Kokichi at that point as well? Misplaced. To divert attention, to divert attention, to divert attention. That's what we said. Yes. So Miyu tried to kill Kokichi, tried to kill him in the virtual world, and the bottle of poison was put on his seat to divert attention. As I said and as Maki said.
イルマさんはプログラム世界でオーマ君を殺した上で、彼が現実世界で殺されたと見せかけようとしていたんだ。
So she was trying to do what ended up happening to her instead. She wanted to kill Kokichi in the virtual world and then make it seem like he was killed in the real world. But instead, that ended up happening to her. She ended up being killed in the virtual world, and the killer tried to make it seem like she was killed in the real world. And again, I'm going to try not to pause too much. We're already over an hour in. She did that? Oh, was she the one who put the bottle in your seat? No, was she the one that put the bottle in your seat? Are we sure that was her?
いやそいつはおかしいだろ
Yeah,
絶対おかしい
because
ぞ
I think something's wrong about that too. There's no way that me was the one who did that. Oh, hang on. Killing game simulator login, logout
イル
record.
マがいつ毒薬を置いたっつんだ
Login, logout record. I feel like it might be this. She replaced the poison without us
途中でロ
noticing.
グアウトしたとしか考えられません
No, it's not this one. It's impossible to log out unnoticed without leaving any trace of evidence. This applies to Miyu as well, not just us.
しまった。
イルマがいつ毒薬を置いたっつんだ
僕らに気づかれずに毒薬
I'm
を
gonna
置
plug
く
in
の
my phone.
途中でログアウトしたとしか考えられません
でまたログインして戻ってきたのか
あの時大間くんがサロンにいたよね。彼女がログインとかログアウトするのを見た？
俺は絶対に見てないよ。
途中でログインもログアウトもしてねえならイルマに毒は置けねえはずだ
じゃあ毒の瓶を置いたのって誰なの？
先にログアウトしていたのは桃田だけじゃが
いやあ桃田ちゃんは墓穴を掘ったね
いや俺も違えんだけどな
Okay. If the poison is planted evidence, the question is when it was planted. If we determine that the when, we might determine the who. Okay, well, I think that what Kaito said might be the answer
イルマがいつ毒薬を
about the fact that Miyu couldn't have put it there if she wasn't logged out. Because maybe they're gonna try to tell us that there is a possibility.
アウトもしてねえならイルマに毒をはずだ
That is the right thing. It is right. I didn't shoot the right point, but oh well.
大間くんのソファーに毒薬を置いたのはやっぱりイルマさんだよ
Now, Miyu is the one that planted the poison on Kokichi's chair.
彼女にはそれをできる時間もあったしねほらこれを見てよ
This is the records of who logged in and out. Let's look at that again. They'll probably do it for us, but... Himiko, Tsumugi, Kaito, Kibo, and Shuichi logged in, Maki logged in, Kokichi got to log in, Miyu logged in last. Miyu logged in last. Miyu logged in last. So, the fact that she logged in last is potentially the proof that she planted it while nobody else noticed. But that might be when she did it. She intentionally waited until everybody else logged in to then do it.
これを見ると最後にログイン
Yes,
したのは
she was the last one of us to log in.
これがなんだ
あいつが最後にログインしたってことは前の人物がログインしてから自分がログインするまで現実世界を自由に行動できる時間があったってことだよ
Well, she only had a couple minutes, but yeah, I'm gonna see if I can change the audio settings real quick. Okay, but since I'm doing that, turn this up one more. Just turn the BGM down one more so I can hear the voices better.
そっかその時なら大間くんのソファーに毒薬を置くことができたんだね
Yeah, because she had an extra 2 minutes to do it while nobody was looking.
つまり何もかもイルマちゃんの策略なんだよ。彼女は俺をプログラム世界で殺して、その殺人が現実世界で起きたと見せかけて、そしてその犯行を桃田ちゃんのせいにしようとしてたんだ。
俺のせいだと
Yeah, that's proof that Kaito is not the killer.
そのためなんだよ。
Yep. This proves that Kaito is not the killer. And him being logged out early, as it was already stated back in the investigation, was completely unwillingly. He did not choose to do that. And his testimony about not knowing what to do, so just going back to his dorm and sleeping. This sounds ridiculous, but it might be what he actually did. Because now we know that Miyu planned, thanks to Kokichi saying it, Miyu was planning to frame Kaito for Kokichi's murder by logging him out early. And they were all within the same vicinity of each other at one point on that rooftop. So, Miyu tried to kill Kokichi and frame Kaito for it, and it didn't work.
あれもあいつの仕業だってのか。
間違いないよ。入間さんは彼女にしかできない方法で桃田君を強制的にログ
Exactly,
アウト
a
させたんだ。
method only she could use. How did Miyu log Kaito out? With the cell phone.
これだ。
She logged him out with the cell phone.
入間さんのアバターのそばに落ちていた携帯電話だよ。あの携帯電話にはサロンの電話機と同じ機能があって、僕らを現実世界にログアウトさせることができるんだ。僕も試しにあの携帯電話で桃田くんの名前を呼んでみたんだけど。
Yep, he did this by himself. He did this on his own during the investigation. Logged Kaito out by saying his name into the cell phone.
なるほど。その携帯電話を使えばいつでも誰でもログアウトさせられたんですね。
でもそんな携帯電話があったなんて
Miyu
入間
never
が一
mentioned
言
the
も
cell
言っ
phone.
て
Oh
なか
my
ったよ
gosh,
ね。
I am not close to done this guide video.
犀原ちゃんが彼女にしかできない方法って言ったのはそういうことだよ。彼女はあえて黙ってたんだよ。自分の殺人計画で使うためにね。
Yeah, like I said, like what was it, a half hour in when I finally started it, and I said it'll be another 3 hours or so. Yeah, this will definitely be like a 4-hour stream.
では本当に
We got another
入
3
間は殺人を
hours
計
at
画
least
してお
of
った
this.
のか。
しかも俺をはめようと。
This is what I'm talking about, guys. You don't. You can try to trust everybody here all you want, but somebody's always plotting
俺は
something.
最初から気づいていたけどね。
That's why they said the killing game simulator was all the motive. It was Miyu's attempt to commit a murder and have somebody framed for it.
犯人だなんて言いやがったんだ。
Exactly. Now, I don't know why you said that Kaito was the culprit then, if you knew that from
意
the
地っ張
start.
りな桃田ちゃんに分かってほしくてさ。
Yeah, alright.
かばった人間も信じた人間も容赦なく裏切ってくる。
Okay, well, no,
俺ら
that
がや
part
っ
is
てるの
true.
はそんな疑心暗鬼のゲームなんだよ。とはいえ、桃田ちゃんのスタンスはそのまま変わらずでいいと思うけどね。このゲームを盛り上げるには君みたいな偽善者の力も必要だからさ。モノクマもそう思うだろ。
You just loved getting Monokuma's approval on everything, don't you?
どうかな。まあそうなんじゃないかとは思うけど。何の話だっけ。
Not even paying attention.
お父ちゃんからいつやる気出すのかしら。
そうだよ。お父ちゃんが真面目に働かないとお母ちゃんに苦労がかかって。
Yeah, she's dead.
母ちゃん
Sorry.
頭が何か思い出しそうなのに思い出せないよ。
どうしたのものだろう。しっかりして。
それにしても不幸中の幸いだよね。死んだのが俺じゃなくてイルマちゃんだったのはさ。
Of course you would say something like that.
どういう意味？
だってもし彼女が犯人として生き残ってたらいくらでもプログラム世界のことを隠せたはずだから、犯人を当てるのはかなり困難になってたはずだよ。 プログラム世界の設定なんて彼女ならいくらでも嘘がつけるんだ
This guide video is an hour and 2 minutes long, and then the second one's an hour and 19 minutes long.
プログラム世界の死が現実世界に直結していることすら俺らは知らないままだったかもしれないよね。
だからこそ彼女は犯行を決意したんだろうね。全てを自分の都合のいいようにできるから。
じゃあ最初にイルマさんがしつこく私たちをあの世界に来させよ
She
うと
was
してた
so
のも
insistent because she was trying to kill one of us. You can skip all this, we've already done all that.
うちらを殺すために熱心に誘っておったのか。なんて汚いやつじゃ。
いなくなったらいなくなったで寂しいと思ってたけど、ちょっと考え直した方がいいかも。
Yeah, like that really is messed up. But at the end of the day, it didn't work. She ended up being the one killed.
いいね。信じていた仲間に裏切られるこの展開とってもつまらなくないよ。疑心暗鬼と裏切り合いの学級裁判はここからが本番だね。
大間くんってさっきからモノクマみたいなことばっかり言ってるよね。
そう別にそんなことないと思うけど。
Well, when you get excited about the class trial, you kinda do.
いや、モノクマと一緒だぜ。自分の正体や本音を明かせねえ臆病者ってところがモノクマとまるっきり一緒だ。
臆病者？桃とちゃんってたまに不思議なことを言うよね。
そうやって笑ってごまかして自分の本音見せねえところだよ。そんな臆病なところがモノクマと一緒だっつってんだ。
父ちゃん、臆病者だなんて言われてるわよ。
No, don't
はい
say there.
とりあえずウプウプって言っておけばいいんだろ。はいウプウプ。
Yeah, he's not in this right now. Just leave him alone.
まるでかつての栄光にすがる一発やね。
Yeah, just leave him alone at this point.
いいか大間、これだけはてめえに言っておくぜ。何が疑心暗鬼のゲームだ。俺は意地でもそんなもんには乗らねえぞ。俺は逆に信じてやる。疑うよりも仲間を信じて、俺はそうやって真相を見つけてやるぜ。
That sounds good, but it's just unfortunate that every time we want to believe in people,
それ
they
でこの
betray
ゲームを
us.
勝てると思うなら好きにすれば。
ああ、てめえに言われなくてもそのつもりだ。
ねえ、いつまでそうしてるの？さっさと話を進めようよ。
Yeah, seriously, because we're already almost an hour and a half into the stream, and I'm nowhere close to done the first guide video. Now, I'm not caught up to where I'm at with that guide video, but I'm sure that if I fast forward to the point where I'm at, it probably still won't be very far in.
あんたたちも私た
Hopefully
ち
at
も
least halfway.
誰も生き残れないんだよ。
Like, I planned to do the whole class trial today, so...
ああごめん、そうだよね。
So yeah, this stream's not gonna be done till late at night. Like after 10 o'clock or something.
犯人探しを再開させるなら、まずは大間くんの話からですね。
You still got plenty of time, guys.
俺の話？
あんたはイルマと待ち合わせをしていて、結果的にそのイルマが被害者になった。
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for finally saying that. You were meeting up with Miyu and she ended up the victim.
だったら、あんたが返り討ちにしたと疑うのは当然だと思うけど。
But it's only natural, but I'm sure it's gonna be wrong.
それなら答えるけど、結局俺はイルマちゃんとは
Exactly,
会ってないんだ
because
よ
he
ね。
never had the chance to meet up with her.
会ってないの？
He never got the chance. It said it right there in the
待
truth
ち合わせ
bullets.
場所の屋上に行こうとしたんだけど、ドアに鍵がかかってて入れなかったんだ。
だが お主の特技はピッキングじゃろ。鍵くらいは簡単に開けられるはずじゃ。
There's a chance that probably wouldn't work in the virtual world.
ア
The
バターの
objects can't
体
be
で
tampered with.
そんな技術は使えないよ。道具もなかったしね。っていうか、俺は待ち合わせどころか屋上に一度も行ってないんだよ。
そういえば最初にみんなで下見した時もゴンタ君と一緒に別行動だったもんね。
でも鍵がかかってたって本当なの？ログアウトする前に私が屋上に行った時は鍵なんてかかってなかったけど。
It was locked from one side.
そんなの知らないよ。
だったら誰が屋上に鍵をかけていたんですか？
だから知らないって。
俺が屋上にいた時は鍵なんてかけてなかったぜ。てめえの嘘なんじゃねえか。
嘘をついて俺に何のメリットがあるの？俺だって死にたくないんだよ。
お主が犯人だった場合はメリットだらけじゃがな。
No response to that
あ
one.
あ、なるほど。それは気がつかなかった。
But thanks for giving him an idea, I guess.
なんだよそれ。やっぱ嘘くせえぞ。
待って、嘘か本当かを話してもキリがないよ。
Yeah, the
きっと
truth
そ
will
れ
come
は
out
後で
eventually.
わか
Thank you.
るはずだよ。それよりイルマさんの死の真相を明らかにしよう。
イルマさんの死の真相。
イルマさんの死には、死だけじゃなくて彼女の行動にはやたらと不可解な点が多いんだ。まずはその理由をはっきりさせるべきだと思う。
さすがサイハラちゃん、このゲームの攻略法を分かっているね。その調子で頑張ってよ。みんなの命は君にかかってるんだからさ。
それで不審な点とは何のことですか？
さっきの大間くんの話だと待ち合わせ場所を決めたのはイルマさんらしいけど、そもそも教会の近くにいたはずの彼女がどうやって館の屋上まで行ったのかと
No,
思って。
wait a minute.
そっか、館と教会をつなぐ橋はイルマさん自身が流しちゃったんだよね。
She was the one who moved that bridge. So how did she end up getting back across?
だとするとイルマのやつが本当に屋上に行ったのかすら怪しいな。
I mean, like, she died by the chapel. She died by the chapel, so that would make sense.
ああ、俺との約束をブッチしたってこと？こっちから約束しておいてひどいよ。
It's true. First, we need to determine if Mia was actually there or not. Did she go? Or was she never on the roof at all? The loud noise
イル
and
マちゃ
Mia's
んは俺と
corpse.
待ち合わせしてたし、館の屋上には来てくれたはずだよ。
I feel like those got one of those two gotta
イ
be
ルマ
right.
はずっと教会付近にいたはずじゃ。あやつのアバターが倒れておったのも教会の横じゃったしな。
そもそも館に行こうにも川を渡る橋がなかったんだ。
他に川を渡る手段はありません。
Bridge
つま
is
り
the
大
only way to
間
get
との待ち
across.
合わせは
まさかのドタキャン？
Wait, bridge is the only way to get At first glance, it seems as if it's impossible for me to go to the mansion. But there has to be some evidence that shows it was possible.
イルマちゃんは俺と待ち合わせしてたし、館の屋上には来てくれたはずだよ。
いや、イルマはずっと教会付近。
Wait a minute. The setting on Kokushi's avatar. If Miyu touched him, he would be unable to move. If she touched him, he would be unable to move. That doesn't answer how she got across.
にいたはずじゃ。あやつのアバターが倒れておったのも 教会よだしな。
Right next to the chapel, that is
そ
correct.
もそも館に行こうにも川を渡る橋がなかったんだよ。
他に川を渡る手段
Okay, no, it's not. No, that is correct. Using the signboard is the only way to cross the river.
イルマちゃんは俺
So I think that loud noise or events at the chapel, one of those two. That was one of the
と
options,
待
right?
ち合わせしてたし、館の屋上には来てくれたはずだよ。
Kokachi in the salon.
Yeah.
Oh, what is Kokachi in the salon? Kokachi agreed to meet up with me on the rooftop, but because the door to the rooftop was blocked, he couldn't. Because of that, he returned to the salon and searched there. No witnesses who can confirm whether or not Kokachi was actually in the salon. I don't know if that's the answer, but let me just look it up for now, so that I can get us caught up to where we were at. Yeah, we're past all that. Past all that. I think we are past all this. So yeah, we're about halfway through. We're about halfway through this. Oh no. Yeah, no, it is Sumigi's account.
イルマは教会付近にいたはずじゃん。
Yeah, it is Sumigi's
それは
account.
違うぞ。
Because Sumigi said that she saw Miyu's body while she was at the mansion.
イルマさんは館まで来ていたはずだよ。彼女を目撃した人もいるしね。
I'm glad I had plenty of time to do that.
うん。館の食堂を調べている時に窓から外を歩くイルマさんの姿を見たんだよ。
だったら早く言わんか。
ごめん、自信がなくて最初は見間違いだと思ったんだ。
Yeah, she wasn't confident that she actually saw her.
彼女が館に来ているわけないからって。でもやっぱり見間違いなんかじゃないよ。あれは
Yeah,
絶
so
対
now
に
she
イルマ
knows
さ
for
んだった。
certain. She definitely saw her.
だとすると彼女はどうやって教会から館に行ったのでしょうか
Yeah, how on earth did she get from the chapel to the mansion without
さっき
using
の
that
携帯
signboard?
電話みたいにイルマだけが知ってる秘密の方法があったのかも
Well, yeah, sure, but we
間違いな
gotta
く
figure out
そう
what
だ
that
と思う
is.
だからこそ彼女はわざと橋を落としたんだ。川を渡るのが不可能な状態で殺人が起きれば自分の疑いをそらすことができるからね。その上で彼女は秘密の方法で教会から館に移動し殺人を実行しようとしていたんだ。
みんなの前で派手に橋を落としてたのは橋がなくなった事実を見せつけたかったからだね。
で、その秘密の方法って何なの？
Yeah, we'll another hour and a half before we find out who the killer is, but another 2 hours or so before the whole thing's over.
まあ心配する必要はないよ。犀原ちゃんに任せておけば解いてくれるはずだからね。
Yeah, sure, just put it all on me. What?
何言ってんだ。週一ばっかに頼ってどうすんだよ。俺ら全員の学級裁判なんだぞ。
Yeah, exactly.
俺らで力を合わせて謎を解くんだろ
This
う
is a
が。
group effort.
犀原ちゃんの足
Oh
手
my
まとになる
gosh.
だけだったりして
He kinda has been, but
うるせえ。てめえは黙ってろ。
I don't have time to deal with Kokichi. Right now, I need to focus on the case. I'm positive that Miyu used some kind of special method to get to the mansion. Okay, wait. The lattice board. That's what she used. It has to be that lattice board. It has to be the lattice board. That's the only other thing that possibly could have been used.
イルマだけが知っている秘密の方法。看板以外の橋を隠してあったとかは？
The wall added in a virtual world represented on an XY axis. Miyu added a wall along the length of the Y axis. The wall had a special setting that allowed non-human objects to pass through it. So this is it. This is the right truth board to be on. And Miyu categorized her avatar as an object, not a human. So because of the wall she added, she is allowed to pass through it.
以外の方法はどう？何か乗り物を使って川を渡ったんだよ。
あるいは魔法による瞬間移動か。
Teleported.
ワープゾーンか。
橋がなくても渡れる場所があったとかな。
彼女
It's a
しか使えない
possibility.
隠しルートか。
Hidden route, yes.
それに賛成だ。
There is a hidden route that only she knew about. Is exactly right. I'm so glad you can just go on the truth boards and read
イルマ
while
さん
this
に
is
しか
going
使
on.
えない隠しルートがあったんだ。
Yeah, Kibo hit the hammer on the head.
本当にあったんですか？
The wall that she made.
イルマさんはプログラムを改ざんして本来あの世界に存在しない壁を追加で設置していたんだ。設置された壁は Y 軸に伸びる壁らしい。あの世界には該当する壁が2つあるよね。館の手前にある壁か教会の奥の壁か、どちらが追加されたのかはまだ確かじゃないけど、その壁には人属性以外は通り抜けられるって特殊な設定があったから。
甘いぞ周一。
Oh, come on, dude. Look at the truth bullets. And Miyu's avatar was set as an object, not human. How are you refuting this?
たくイルマのやつはそんな妙な壁まで設置してやがったのか。確かにその壁は怪しいけどよ、今の話とは関係ねえんじゃねえか。
関係ないってどうして？
Yeah, how does it have nothing to do with it?
そんなことにも気づかねえのか。ちっと焦ってんじゃねえのか。まあいいぜ、助手の不手際は俺の不手際だ。俺がビシッと正してやるよ。
And we had to do 2 rebuttal showdowns. Come on now. Miyu's avatar. Miyu's avatar. Oops.
イルマが教会から館に行った。
Come on, already letting stuff.
意味なんてねえじゃねえか。つうわけでもう一回みんなで考え直しだ。
ちょっと待って、あれはイルマさんが使え
Miyu's
ない方法
avatar
なん
has
か
to
じ
be
ゃ
the
ないんだ。
correct thing.
けどさっきてめえは言ってたろ。イルマが追加で設置した
No,
人属性以外が通り抜けられる壁だってよ。つまり人属性は通り抜けられねえってことだ。ならあいつが壁を通り抜けるの。イルマは物じゃねえんだからよ。
Okay, I got it.
その言葉
Okay,
切って
it's
み
alright.
せる。
It's fine.
イルマさんが改ざんしたプログラムは
Okay, now like look at the timestamps here because I have no idea what anybody was saying. What we gotta figure out is how Miyu got from the chapel to the mansion, right? So why waste time talking about the impossible? It's pointless. We gotta take a whole new approach here. Wait just a second, it's not actually impossible at all. But you just said so, didn't you? That a wall Miyu set up only lets non-human objects go through it. Yes, exactly. Oh, read the truth bullets, Kaito. The humans aren't able to pass through it. Read the truth bullets. So Miyu obviously wouldn't have been able to go through the wall. She's not just an object after all. That wall wasn't the only thing that Miyu changed.
その特殊な壁の設置だけじゃないんだ。彼女はプログラム上での自分のアバターの
Exactly,
分
thank
類
you.
を人から物に変更していたらしいんだ。
That was the purpose of her changing her settings from human to object. So that she could pass through those walls.
人から物に。
つまりあいつのアバターはあの世界では物扱いだったってことだから、人属性以外は通り抜けられる壁でも通り抜けられたはずなんだよ。
やる気が先走りすぎだよ。ちゃんと犀原ちゃんの話を最後まで聞かないと。だから言ったでしょ。桃田ちゃんが頑張っても足手まといになるだけだって。助手に言いまかされるなんてダッセーの。
Oh my goodness, will you just be quiet?
やめろ。僕は言いまかしたなんて思ってない。だって桃田くんは知らなかっただけで。
別に構わねえよ。俺は全く気にしてねえからな。まあこの俺でもミスはするってことだ。だから週一もあんまり気張りすぎんじゃねえぞ。
Alright, anyway.
桃田ちゃんの強がりもここまで来ると笑えてくるよ。
It's pathetic how you keep trying to rage bait everybody.
大間くん、関係のない非合理的な話はその辺にしてください。
イルマさんがプログラムを改ざんして自分だけが通り抜けられる壁を作ってたってことは。
Then why did we also hear Kibo's voice?
その壁の奥に隠し通路があったんじゃな。
They're gonna talk about that at some point.
だよね、あれだよね。ゲームの裏技でマップの外側を歩けたりするやつ。イルマさんは教会の壁の奥にそういう感じの隠し通路を隠してたんでしょ。
In the back of the chapel.
けどよ、壁を通り抜けられるとしても本当に隠し通路なんてあったのか。だってイルマは言ってたよな。
So no, she didn't use the lattice board, it was that wall that she made. You're not trapped here beyond that wall at the end of the world, literally.
あいつの嘘でしょ。壁の外に何もないならわざわざ通り抜けられるようにしないだろうし。
イルマちゃんの嘘。
どうなんでしょうね。今となってはもう確かめようがありませんが。
まあ、あのクソビッチ肉便器ゲロ女のことだから、壁の外に何もないなんて
What is with
嘘で
these
間違い
names?
ないよ。
Like what is that name? Like come on now.
隠し事と見栄と下品だらけの人生を送っていた彼女なら、その程度の嘘は序の口だからね。
ちょっと大間くん、そんなに悪く言わなくても。
やめろ。お母ちゃんを悪く言うな。さっきから聞いてればお母ちゃんを嘘つきで惨めな商売女扱いして。
Listen to you still calling her your mother. Like, do
お
you
母
see
ちゃん
any
は嘘なんて
resemblance?
ついてない。あのプログラム世界に隠し通路なんてないんだよ。
Almost every
Nine.
single one of those Mortal Cubs are dead.
ちょっとそんな大事なヒントを教えちゃダメ。
Well, he just did. Sorry.
大事なヒントってことは今の話って本当なんだね。
しまった。
ああ、まったく。まあ可愛いからいいけどさ。
Was Kokichi saying all that stuff about Miyu to get the cups to reveal something? I guess I should thank him, but I have no idea why he does things sometimes.
で、隠し通路は本当にないみたいだけど、それなら彼女はどうしてプログラムを改ざんしたのかな。
I didn't realize you can move the camera.
その先に何もないなら通り抜けられる壁なんて設置しても意味ないのにね。
意味のないことをしたとは思えない。殺人の計画を立てていたようなやつだよ。
Yeah, like I'm sure that it wasn't pointless to put those walls up.
イルマさんが壁を抜けられるようにしたことには何か意味があるはずなんだ。
And she didn't want anybody to know that there was a possibility to go through the walls.
まだプログラム世界の謎にたどり着いていないせいだよ。
プログラム世界の謎？
あのプログラム世界ではいくつかの不思議な現象が起きていたんだ。その現象の理由を突き止めれば、あの世界の謎もイルマさんが通り抜けられる壁を設置した理由も と明らかになると思うんだ。
だったらまずはその不思議な現象ってやつをはっきりさせようぜ。
何のことかわからないけど、ゴンタも協力するよ。
あ、不思議な現象って言えば地味にあれが気になってるんだけど、ほら、私と犀原くんが一連の異変に気づいたきっかけだよ。
The events that led us there. Now, what strange occurrence happened in the virtual world? The loud noise?
これだ。それって僕と白金さんが厨房で聞いた
We
あの
heard that
大
in
き
the
な物
kitchen.
音のこと？
Oh, we're not supposed to be able to hear or see anything past the loading point. And yet we heard that loud and clear.
君たちもあの物音を聞いているんですか？
And not just that sound, we heard your voice, Kibo.
館の厨房でね。
ですが、あれは教会のすぐそばで起きた音ですよ。それが館まで聞こえていたんですか？
I'm sweating a little bit. What's going
マッ
on?
プ切り替えポイントを挟むと音は届かないって話だったけど、
Well, that's what we all thought, but we heard it.
その音って本当に教会の近くで起きたの？
That's where Mia's body
教会の
was.
壁に何かが当たった音じゃ。衝撃が教会の中まで伝わってきたし、間違いないぞ。
でも僕たちも確かに聞いているんだよ。
Yup,
そ
he
の
said
後
it
の
finally.
キーボくんの声もね。
We heard that noise and we heard Kibo's voice. Yeah, we heard Kibo say, oh
あ
no.
の時の僕の声もですか？
何それ、おかしいよ。
だからこそそこに何か手がかりがある気がするんだ。あのプログラム世界の謎を解く手がかりがね。
まあ答え合わせは
And
後
the
にして
killer obviously
先に
knows
他の
about
手
it
がかりを
already,
集めておこう
just
か。
like the funhouse from the
ほら、
second game.
プログラム世界の不思議な現象って他にもあったもんね。
なんか大間くんはもう気づいているような口ぶりだね。もしかしてわざと知らないふりをしてない？
本当までそんな風に俺を疑うんだね。君だけは俺を信じてくれてると思ってたのにな。
ごめん、そんなつもりじゃないんだ。
Don't fall. He falls for it every time.
謝る必要なんてねえよ。どうせそれも嘘なんだからよ。
Gonzo will never learn.
他の不思議な現象とは何じゃ。犀原は何か心当たりがあるのか？
Another mysterious phenomenon. Something that shouldn't be possible. Like Miu in the mansion or that loud noise. I need to remember everything else that happened in there. Okay, no, this game's not that bad. Okay. I don't know if it's something here. I don't think it's anything over here. I don't think it's anything over here. It has to be this. Okay, we still got some things in the way. Okay, is it good now? No, we still gotta get all this out the way. Okay, yeah, we finally got it. It's that signboard.
僕らが橋に使っていたあの看板も明らかに不自然だったんだ。
The fact that it couldn't break. That's probably not what's weird. That's probably not what's weird though. The fact that it couldn't break is odd, but
さっきも
that's not
話
what's
に出
weird.
たけど、あの看板はイルマさんが
Oh no, I know what he's gonna say. It's the fact that the signboard, where the signboard ended up, despite where Miyu dropped it at, is interesting. And that's what he's gonna say, most likely. No, the signboard ended up near the mansion side, despite where Miyu dropped it from. She dropped it from the chapel side.
川に流したんだ。僕は後でその流された看板を見つけたんだけど、その状況がどう考えても不自然なんだよ。
Finding the sign was definitely weird. I'm most confused by how the sign got there. I should remember exactly what happened with that sign. Alright, here we go. Psych taxi again, my goodness. We haven't done the, Hangman Gambit yet. No, get back over there. Why are they moving like this? Nope, I skipped one. Okay. Oh, look out, look out. At which point was the signboard swept away? At which point was the signboard swept away? Wait a second, I wanna... How do I stop again? River Mansion... At what point... No, it was the mansion. At what point was the signboard swept away? No, it was the chapel. Oh, wait. We'll try River first. Yeah, River. That's when it was swept away. Missed that one. Alright, we gotta be careful here because we're timed on all that. Come on now. Just stay behind this car for right now. Where is the end of the river? No, where is the end of the river? The end of the river should be on the chapel side, right? Or is the transition point? No, it is the chapel side. That's correct. It's the chapel side. So the river does end on the chapel side. Alright, third out of fourth question. Alright, let's hurry up. Oh my gosh, come on now, come on! I'm missing every single one. Okay, well, where was the signboard found after it was swept away? It was found on the mansion side. No, the river ends on the chapel side, and yet we found the signboard on the mansion side. Yes, stay in this lane. It was on the mansion side. Alright, last question. And it's a long question. Very long question. Okay, got those two. Okay, got those two. Okay. Good. 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 Compared to the river's current, which way did the signboard float? Compared to the river's current, which way did the signboard float? To the left, right? No, I don't know this one. Against it. It floated against it. Yes. So, it was swept away at the river. The end of the river is on the chapel side, and yet the signboard ended up on the mansion side. And the signboard floated against the current. Because the current goes towards the chapel. And not the mansion.
あの看板は明らかに川の流れに逆らったような不自然な
So
流さ
this
れ
is
方をして
another
いたんだ。
tactic used by the killer.
イルマさんが川に落としたあの看板は僕らの目の前で川下の方に流されていった。
So why did it end up on the
太い
mansion
川だ
side?
ったよね。本来ならあの看板は太い川の流れに沿って教会側に流されるはずなんだ。
It should have, but it did not.
そして川下にある教会の奥の壁にぶつかってそこで止まっているはずなのに。でも僕があの看板を見つけた場所は川上の館
We
側。
found it on the mansion
その
side.
すぐ近くの岩場だったんだ。
川下で見つかるはずの看板が川上で見つかった。確かに不自然だね。
いや待てよ、あの時イルマは教会側に残ってたよな。だったらイルマが教会の壁で止まってる看板を回収してそれを使って川を渡ったんじゃねえか。で、後でまた教会に戻る時のために館の近くの岩場のところに置いておいたんだ。
I mean, I don't know if that's possible.
わざわざ川の中の岩場に置くとは思えません。もし流されたら戻れなくなってしまいますよ。
それに今の考えだと壁抜けと何の関係もないよね。それじゃあダメだよ。真実ってのはもう一歩先。そこから何にどうつながるかが重要なんだ。さっきから上がっている不思議な現象の数々は全てがつながっているはずだしね。
Well, since you know who the killer is already, why don't you just tell us?
全てつながるってどういう意味？
人属性以外は通り抜けられる壁、聞こえるはずない物音、川の流れに逆らう看板の動き、それらの不思議な現象がどうつながるっていうの？
There's a lot of different things happening.
俺なんかにそんなことはわからないけど、きっとサイハラちゃんにはわかるはずだよ。
He'll figure it out.
むしろそうじゃないと困っちゃうよね。
He doesn't know yet, but he'll figure it out.
この謎を解き明かして俺たちを救えるのは、この中では君ぐらいしかいないんだからさ。
どうなんじゃ、サイハラ。何かわからんのか？
Let me see how far we are so far. I know this video is gonna end with the intermission. Okay, so still over 10 minutes left in the guide video, so let's keep going.
少なくとも現段階で分かってるのは、看板の不自然な流され方はあの手がかりと関係しているのかもしれないってことかな。
What clue is related to the unnatural way the signboard was carried on the river? The loud noise, the effects of the chapel. In time we found Muse. I don't think anything is really unnatural about that.
しまった。
Well, then we'll try the loud noise again. Next time we hear is connected to the way the signboard was swept away.
違ったか。
What clue is related to the unnatural way the signboard was carried away? It's not any of these things. It's none of these things. Which thing is related to the unnatural way the signboard was carried on the river? Yeah, like, I'm done. Like, it's too many wrong answers. That's too many wrong answers. It's the wall. How you doing, Junko? Thank you for coming in. Wait a minute,
看板の不
Junko.
自然な流され方に関係しているのは、人属性以外は通り抜けられる壁じゃないかな。
What is the mastermind doing in my chat right now?
本来なら流された看板は教会の奥にある壁で止まるはずだけど、もし教会の壁が入間さんの設置した人属性以外は通り抜けられる壁だったとしたら、
そっか。人属性以外は通り抜けられる壁なら、物は通り抜けられるはずだから。
Which means the signboard is perfectly capable of going through
あ
it
の壁を通り抜けることができる。
and onto the teleporting to the mansion side instead. The signboard, because it's an object, can pass through the walls too.
けどよ、教会側の壁を通り抜けたとして、その看板が館の方に移動してたのはどうしてだ？
That's the secret. That's the secret when they talk about there is nothing past the walls. It just loops. There is another show or video game or movie, something that is very similar to this. You walk through one wall and end up on the other side of the same area, going in the same direction. Like everything just loops.
あれがワープゾーンになってるとしか思えんが、ワープではないんじゃよな。
The wall basically is a warp zone.
That's right. That's the real issue here. How could the signboard pass through the wall, but end up on the mansion side? What would explain that?
任せてサイハルちゃん。こういう時こそ相棒である俺がヒントを出すよ。
Just threw himself into being my partner. I just... No, what?
あそこはプログラム世界なんだし、常識を捨てて考えてみた方がいいと思うよ。
Throw away all common sense. I'll get some water, hang on. Alright, don't want to keep pausing too many times, but
あ、なんだそれ。
we still got another couple hours left in this stream.
Kokichi might be onto something there. We need to forget about what we know and just think about it. How did the signboard pass through the wall downstream and end up upstream?
I'm telling you, it's just a loop.
Putting common sense aside and focusing on the flow of the river. How did the signboard pass through the wall downstream?
Downstream and upstream have to connect.
そうだ。
Yes. The downstream and upstream connect.
川下と川上がつながっているとしたらどうかな。
え、川下と川上がつながってるって？
Hang on, gotta fix that audio. Okay. The fact that the
あの
signboard...
川は川下の境界の壁で途切れているわけじゃなくて、
The fact that the signboard was able to go from the chapel side back to the mansion side going the same direction means they are connected.
川上にある館の壁のところと
Exactly.
そ
How
のまま
many
つなが
times
って
did I
いるん
say
じゃない
loop?
かってことだよ。
It's all just a loop.
いや、何言ってんだ。川下と川上がつながってるなんて。
だから常識を捨てて考えてみない
And
と
thank
ダ
you for
メ
the
だ
follow.
って。あそこはプログラム世界なんだからさ。
And yes, like he just said, you have to put common sense aside right now.
壁の件はどうなるの？通り抜けられる壁はどちらか一つだけのはずだよ。
No, who said there was only one wall that could be passed through?
おお、そうだ。境界側の壁を通り抜けて、その川が館側とつながっていたとしても、その館側の壁を通り抜けて出てくることができねえじゃねえか。
Wait. In that case,
そうか、そういうことだったのか。入間さんが設置した壁が一つだった理由が分かったぞ。
なんじゃ急に。
the reason she only set up one wall is because the chapel and the mansion walls...
Are they the same wall? Are they exact duplicates? Or one wall was already in place?
そうだ。
They're the same wall.
そうだよ。教会側の壁と館側の壁は別々じゃなくて同じ一つの壁だったんだ。
I am getting my health back, man.
同じ一つの壁。
あの川だけじゃなかったんだ。そこにある壁も表裏がつながって
So
いたんだ。
the rivers are connected because the walls are connected.
つまり あの世界の Y 軸方向の壁は2つじゃなくて、イルマさんが追加で設置した1つだけだったんだ。その1つの壁だけがあの世界の Y 軸方向に伸びる壁の全てだったんだ。
And Miyu pushed that signboard intentionally, knowing that that was the case.
それなら教会の奥の壁を通り抜けた看板は館の方から出てくることができるよね。
Remember, she was trying to kill Kokichi. So the fact that the signboard ended up on the mansion side meant that Kokichi, along with everybody else along the chapel side, couldn't cross back over.
どうやら繋がってきたみたいだね。ほら、俺の言った通りでしょ。やっぱり全ては繋がっているんだよ。
オーマ、てめえは一体何を知ってる？
いいからいいから。それより最後の仕上げだよ。
The final stretch, you mean the intermission?
だとすると、プログラム世界の秘密も見えてくるはずだよ。サイハラちゃん
I'm
なら
glad
も
they
うわ
took
かる
this
よ
theme
ね。
from the second game.
あのプログラム世界にどんな秘密が隠されていたのかさ。
The secret, huh? Yes. I suppose we should clear that up. We need to solve the mystery of the virtual world.
Now we're doing Hangman's Gambit. Come on. 5 words on each side. Okay. Is there a D? No. Oops. Is there an R? No. Is there an L? Is there an O? Okay, there is a W. Is there another O? Okay, there's a W-O-R. That has to be world. This has to be saying world. Ooh, world. And another 5-letter word. Oh, I'm out of these. Okay. Hold on. Let that load back up. We still got 4 minutes, it's fine. No O. It's an L. And then an O. World. No S. Is there a second O? There's a second O. Is there a P? Then another S. The world loops.
そうだ。あのプログラム世界はループしているんだ。
The entire, like, how many times did I say the word loop? The entire virtual world is just a loop.
それも昔のゲームとかであったやつだよね。キャラクターが右の画面からスクロールして消えると左からスクロールして出てくる。
Yeah, like, I knew I was trying to think about some scenario where that was the case. Like old video games do that.
あのプログラム世界はそれと同じように全体がループする構造の世界だったんだ。
There are definitely some old platform RPG games that do that, not platform. Or maybe platform too.
なんだそりゃ。
ですが、そう考えると看板の流され方には納得がいきます。川下の壁の奥に消えた看板はそこでループし、同じ壁である川上の壁をすり抜け、
Yep, just like that.
そのまま川上から流されていき、あの岩場のところに引っかかったん
We
です。
spent this entire time just trying to determine the secret of this
その壁
virtual
をイルマ
world.
が設置したってことは、あいつが壁を設置する前の世界って
It probably would have vanished.
もともと Y 軸方向の壁はなくて X 軸がループする仕組みにな
The
っていたんだ。
x-axis was set to loop.
マジかよ。いくらプログラム世界だからってめちゃくちゃだろ。
ループする世界とは魔法以上に奇想天外な仕組みだな。
でもつまらなくない答えだよね。あの世界で起きた不思議な現象にも全て決着がつくし。
It does explain a lot.
すべてじゃないよね。だって例の物音とかキーボくんの声が教会側から館側まで聞こえてきた。
No. Oh, we do know why we heard both of those sounds now. Because they happened right at that wall. They happened right at that chapel wall. And somehow the sound was able to travel through. Somehow, because they were close enough to the wall, the sounds of that banging and Kibo's voice were able to travel through. That has to be what it is.
理由が
Oh, sorry.
マップ切り替えポイント越しだと音は届かない。
No, it doesn't go past the map loading point, but it can go past the walls.
いや、その件もあの世界がループしていると考えれば
Yes,
説明がつけられるんだ。
We can explain this.
そうなの？
ただそれにはあの世界がどこでループしているのかを明らかにしておく必要がある。
どこでループしているのかって。
Let me see something. I want to see where I'm at with this video. Okay, still a few minutes left in the guide video.
館の壁と教会の壁がある場所、あそこでループしているんじゃないですか？
Yes.
いや、教会側で鳴った
Okay,
音
no.
が館側で聞こえるとしたら、世界がループしているポイントはそこじゃなくて。
So if we heard a noise from inside the mansion, then that means the looping point. Like, then wait, what did he just say? The looping point should be like right over here. If the x-axis loops, wouldn't the loop point be running through the world vertically? No, where is the looping point? No, I can't pause. So the looping point is right at that river.
あのマップ切り替えポイントこそがプログラム世界におけるル
It's at
ー
the
プポ
loading
イントなんだよ。
The map's loading point is where the virtual world loops.
世界の真ん中にあると僕らが思い込んでいたマップ切り替えポイントは実は世界の端にあったんだ。
Oh my goodness, man. The loading points are actually at the edges.
逆にイルマがプログラムを改ざんして作った壁も世界の端と端にあったわけじゃなくて世界の中央に設置されてたんだね。
Her wall was built at the center of the world.
なるほど。その構造なら館と教会は壁を挟んですぐ近くにあることになりますし。
The mansion and the chapel were near each other with a wall between them.
教会近くの物音も館まで届くはずです。
That's why sound
人属
reaches.
性以外は通り抜けられるって設定なので音は問題なく通るはずですからね。
間違いないよ。これがあのプログラム世界の
It's
真実なんだ。
very complicated, but I understand it. Because what did they do? This is the map that we're seeing. The map that he just shows took the point, that squiggly line that you see running down the middle, where we thought was the loading point. That is actually on the edges. So what they did was they broke that squiggly line apart into two squiggly lines, and then rotated both halves, so that there will be a squiggly line on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side. Hence the picture we have here. They rotated both halves.
さすが犀原ちゃん、ここまでたどり着いてくれたとはね。やっぱり君は使えるよ。
たどり着いてくれただと。まるでてめえが裏で糸を引いてたみたいな物言いだな。
いやいや、裏で糸を引いてたのは俺じゃなくてイルマちゃんでしょ。だってこれもイルマちゃんが仕掛けた罠なんだから
Yeah,
さ。
Miyu put all of this together, like perfectly planned every last bit of this, and had Monokuma to help.
そもそもこのトリックはイルマちゃんに地図を見せられた時から始まってたんだ。だってあの地図のせいで俺らは勘違いしちゃってたんだからね。あの世界は中央にマップ切り替えポイントを挟んで館と教会が遠くにある位置関係になってるって。
When in actuality, they were actually right by each other.
でも実際の世界の構造はそうじゃなかった。
Yep.
あの世界に Y 軸方向の壁はなくて X 軸がループする仕組みになっていた。
So no, what they actually did was they didn't rotate the pictures. They didn't take the pictures and rotate them like counterclockwise. They completely flipped the two images. The chapel is actually on the left-hand side and the mansion is on the right-hand side. So you still have the squiggly lines on both sides, left and right, at the end of the day, but that's actually what they did. The chapel is on the left-hand side, the mansion is actually on the right-hand side, and not the other way around as it shows in this map picture in the truth bullets. It actually looks like this.
あやつはそんな世界の真ん中に壁を追加することでそのループをせき止めたんじゃな。
つまりあの地図を見せられた時から俺らはイルマちゃんの罠にはまってたんだよ。でも
From the moment she
犀原ちゃん
set
のお
up,
かげで
showed us
その
that
謎も
map,
解けた。
we were set in the
さす
trap.
がは俺らの救世
Good
主
rhyme
だ
right
よ。
there.
犀原くんがいなかったらこの謎は解けてなかったよ。そうじゃな、さすがは犀原じゃ。
I don't know if he wants to take all the credit here, but all right.
ありがとう。おかげで。
でもプログラム世界の真実が明らかになったくらいでまだまだ気は抜けないよ。
Yeah, no, because we still don't know who killed
むしろ
Miyu.
クライマックスの犯人探しはここからなんだからさ。
Because again, Miyu may have set all this up, but she was the victim, not the
全て
culprit.
のトリックが解けたところで犯人までたどり着けなかったら意味ないからね。学級裁判はそういうゲームなんだよ。
またモノクマみたいなこと言ってる。
てめえが何を言おうと俺は絶対そんな口車には乗らねえからな。俺はこいつらを信じる。そうやってみんなで真相にたどり着いてやるぜ。
にししどうなるか楽しみだね。
And what is Kokichi's plan here? He's definitely prodding at Kaito on purpose. Because he thinks that Kaito is the culprit. Well, there's no time for distractions like him. What we have to do is find the culprit that killed Miu. It doesn't matter how many little mysteries we solve, if we can't find the culprit.
The fact that only Miyu knew about all these secrets, well, maybe Kokichi knew too. It's making me think more that she probably killed herself, somehow.
It would all be for nothing. But if I still don't know for sure who it could be. Who used Miu's own plan against her to kill her? Who killed Miu?
Find out next time on Danganronpa. So with that, we've reached the intermission of the 4th class trial. And it's gonna take an additional 2 hours. Hopefully not. Skipping through all this. Skip through all that. So now let us resume. Let us resume with the next video, which is even longer, about 17 minutes longer.
Is all that remains of a once powerful note.
Okay, playback speed is still good.
Right now.
Okay, it's even longer, 17 minutes longer than this one. So, it's gonna take another 2 hours, possibly, to get through it. It is gonna be extremely late by the time we end this stream. But I really want to get this entire class trial done, so let's go ahead and do that after I get this last Jolly Rancher in here.
You're on the threshold of an amazing adventure. Showtime.
Oh, wait. Alright. These things hurt the crap out of your teeth sometimes. Unplug my phone. You might need it again, though.
Is all that remains of a once
Turn the phone, turn the fan off for now. Alright, let's go.
とても大切な人のことを忘れてる気がするのに、どうしても。
Don't make your head explode. It's alright.
頭が痛くて思い出せない。
忘れたならもう忘れたままでもいいじゃない。
I'm not sure about that.
新しいやつを探しましょうよ。ほら、お腹の子もパパに会えるの楽しみにしてるのよ。
Our baby? Nigga, what are you guys talking about?
おいらが父親に。
今世紀最大の強烈な死亡フラグじゃな。これで死ななかったら逆に驚きじゃぞ。
そんなことよりさっきの話の続きだ。
Monotaro is definitely gonna be the next one that dies of the Mono Cups. If it's Mono Fanny, I'll be shocked.
イルマが企んでた計画は分かったけど、問題は誰が彼女を殺したのかってことだよ。
それを突き止めるためにはまずイルマちゃんの行動を把握した方が良さそうだね。というわけでまずはプログラム世界における彼女の行動をまとめてみようか。
被害者の行動が重要なのはわかるが、てめえがそれを仕切るのはムカつくぜ。
イルマちゃんはプログラム世界を改ざんしてそれを利用した殺人を企んでいたわけだけど、
That was the whole plan from the very beginning. Monokuma said that the killing game simulator was the motive.
もし その計画が成功していれば、教会から壁をすり抜けて館に来たイルマちゃんによって俺は館の屋上でハンマーで殺されていたはずだよ。
しかもその殺人は現実世界で行われたと見せかけられ、先にログアウトしていた桃田が疑われるはずだった。
一方イルマさんは現実世界の容疑に関してはログイン中だったというアリバイがあり、プログラム世界の容疑に関してもずっと教会にいたというアリバイが確保できていました。
橋が落ちて教会から館に行けなかったって言い分だよね。彼女はその計画を実行するために。
Okay. And all this is true so far. Let's skip through this for now. Oh, what? Whoops, hang on. Dropped the bridge on purpose so she could separate the chapel from the mansion, then secretly passed through the wall she installed and took advantage of the loop.
俺との待ち合わせ場所である館の屋上へと向かったんだ。なあ、モータちゃんがログアウトさせられたのはきっとこの辺りのタイミングだろうね。
それと私がイルマさんを目撃したのもね。
That's why she saw her.
問題はそれ以降のあいつの足取りだ。まだどこで殺されたのかも分かってねえんだよな。
殺されたのは屋上でしょ。
I mean, the toilet paper was on the roof.
オーマが言ってたじゃん。屋上は鍵がかかってて入れなかったって。
もしかしてその時に犯人がイルマさんを殺したの？
きっとそうだろうね。犯人は鍵をかけた屋上で彼女を殺したんだ。
屋上に鍵をかけたのは犯人なのかな？
そうだね。イルマさんじゃないと思うよ。だってもし彼女が鍵をかけるとしたら自分が呼んだ大間くんが屋上に来た時だと思うんだ。違う人が入ってきたところですぐに殺す標的を切り替えるとは思えないし、後で大間くんが来るのは分かっていたわけだから鍵をかけても彼に怪しまれるだけだと考えるはずだよ。
Just hurry up and see what they have to say.
そこまで考えてなかった可能性もあるけど。
あやつは頭はいいんじゃが、それ以上に頭が悪かったからな。
At certain times, yes.
そんなに悪く言わないであげてよ。悪いのはイルマさんじゃなくてこの殺し合いの方なんだからさ。
Well, you say that, but we just proved that she was planning to kill somebody.
そこまで悪い人じゃなかったよ。別の形で出会っていたら友達になれたと思うんだ。
それはちょっと難しいの。殺し合いとは関係なしに。
I understand that we don't like Kokuchi, but she was planning to kill him.
お互いに無理。
あれ？
とりあえず推理を進めましょうか。イルマさんの殺害現場が館の屋上だとすると。
They all do not like her at all. You hear all those never gonna happens?
犯人はイルマさんを館の屋上で殺した後、動かなくなったアバターを教会まで運んだんですよね。
That is possible. The killer could have moved her body through that loop point and ended up on the chapel side.
となると次に考えなきゃならねえのはその運搬方法か。
あの世界の真の構造によると、館と教会はかなり近い位置にあることになるが、
Not literally next to each other, they were between the
問
looping
題
point.
はその間にある壁じゃ。
あれはイルマさんだけが通り抜けられる壁ですから、 犯人が通り抜けることはできません。
じゃあ犯人はイルマのアバターだけをあの壁の向こうに送ったってこと？
That's what I think.
それしか方法がないよね。
けど犯人はどうやってイルマのアバターだけを壁の向こうに送ったんだ？まさかぶん投げるわけにもいかねえし。
ゴンタは投げてないよ。
Oh, you know what? Yeah, because humans don't pass through. And then they probably use the river.
わかってる。アバターは身体能力が平均化されてたから、ゴンタ君でも無理だからね。
身体能力が平均か？それは困るよ。そんなことになったらみんなを守れなくなっちゃうよ。
Gonta, we established this towards the beginning.
お主はいつになったら理解するんじゃ？
Exactly.
もう裁判も後半戦じゃぞ。
We established that in the beginning.
イルマちゃんのアバターだけを壁の向こうに送った方法か。もしかしてあれが関係しているのかな。ほら、サイハラちゃんたちが聞いた例の大きな物音だ。
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. The loud sound. The loud sound. What was that loud sound?
あの音を聞いたからキーボーたちは教会の横に行ったんだよね。で、そこで動かなくなったイルマちゃんを見つけたんでしょ。だとすると彼女のアバターが教会の
The
横にあ
lattice
った
board
ことは
was
あの
not
音と
on
無
the
関係
chapel
だとは
side
思えないんだけど。
at the start. It was in the storage room, which is on the roof, I believe. They used the lattice board somehow. I don't think that was a part of the evidence. I don't think that got added to the truth bullets. Found on the ground by Mew's avatar was not seen in the chapel before that point. Exactly. It was in a storage room on the mansion side. So that lattice board is gonna come into play at some point.
There's no doubt in my mind that the noise is related to this case. We need to figure out what that sound could have been. It might be the clue we need to solve this case. So what was it? It sounded like something slamming hard into something else. So what were those two things? It could be...
Hammer hitting a wall? No. The lattice hitting the wall. Or maybe not the lattice, maybe me hitting the wall. The impact wouldn't be loud enough. So then me hitting the wall.
そうだ。
Yeah, something had to have hit the wall.
あの音ってイルマさんのアバターと教会の壁がぶつかった音なんじゃないかな。教会の横にはハンマーや携帯電話やスノコもあったけど、あれだけの音を出すにはどれも軽すぎる。だとするとイルマさんのアバターが教会の壁にぶつかった音だとしか考えられないよ。
Like that has to be it, because yeah, the lattice hitting the wall was a stupid answer. That's not nearly heavy enough. It had to be Miyu's body hitting the wall.
となるとイルマのアバターはよほどの勢いで教会の壁にぶつかったんだろうな。あの時は衝突の衝撃が教会の中まで伝わるほどだったからな。
そう、本当の問題はそこなんだ。イルマちゃんのアバターは相当な勢いで教会の壁に激突したはずなんだけど、どうしてそんな勢いで教会の壁に激突したんだと思う？君らにわかるかな？
Well, it seems like you already know the answer.
ちょっと
Like
待
he
て、オーマ
really is the Nagito of this
てめえ
game.
の口ぶりはなんだ？
Exactly, it's like you seem like you already know the answer.
その口ぶりは一体どういうことだ？
今はそんなことを気にしてる場合じゃないよ。
No, let's not worry about that right now. Of course not.
それより早く謎を解こうよ。仲間割れなんて時間がもったいないよ。
誰が仲間だって？
とりあえずその話はこの問題を片付けてからにしない？
イルマさんのアバターを勢いよく境界の壁に激突させるような運搬方法ですか。
A way of transporting Mew's avatar that would cause it to crash into the chapel. Getting Mew's avatar to crash into the chapel from the mansion's roof. There's only one way I can think of how to do that.
ねえ、サイハラちゃん。これは相棒である俺からのヒントなんだけどさ。
え？
あの館って丘の上に立っていることもあって、犯行現場の屋上はそれなりの高さがあ
So
ったよ
they
ね。
dropped her off of the roof. The roof was sloped. This has to be where the
屋
lattice
上のレン
board
ガ
comes
造りの
in.
手すりの外側は急斜面の屋根になってたっけ。その斜面は壁側にも向かっていて、しかもそこには雪も積もってたよね。
This
そんな
has to
屋
be where
上
the
から
lattice
勢い
came
を
in.
つけて死体を運ぶとしたら、犯人はどんな手段を取るんだろうね。
And Kokichi's talking as if he's got the whole thing figured out already. But I can't let him distract me. I need to solve the case. How to make Miu hit the chapel wall from the roof of the mansion. Gonna find the answer. It has to be the lattice. Jesus, all the... Okay, no. A three-letter word. Does it start with R? I don't even see an R. Like, I don't even see an R. No, I'm too close to death. Like, I'm way too close to death right now. Like, screwing this up is gonna kill me. Okay, yes. Okay, I know the answer now. Thanks to looking up part of the answer. It's gotta be slid off roof. It's gotta be slid off roof. L I D I saw SLI. So it's gotta be slid off roof. Because that's exactly what she did. Come on now, there's no F. Thank you. I need another F. Alright, R's. Oh, I think this was also an O. Oh no, that wasn't an O. And I need another F. She was slid off of the roof.
犯人はあの急斜面の屋根を使って滑り台の要領でユルマさんを滑らせたんだ。
滑り台？
いや、いくら急斜面に雪っつってもそんなに勢いよく滑るとは。
They used the lattice board. Like, I know the lattice board had to have been used this time because it ended up on the chapel side.
じゃないと普通に歩くこともできないんだし。だったらそこまでの勢いはつかないと思うけど。
いやいや滑るよ。
滑らねえよ。春巻きの言う通り
滑るってシューマイの言う通りだよ。
だ。誰だよシューマイって。
Sir, you're just naming foods now. Like, come on now.
超人憲法の使い手の弟子ってごめん、今のはちょっとマニアックだったね。
I'm positive that that's how Miyu's avatar was moved, but maybe the culprit used something else as well to help her body slide.
The lattice board. Come on. I couldn't just click on it.
アバターが斜面を滑ったって。
Hello.
勢いよく滑るの。
だから滑るって。
あれだけの音となるとかなりの勢いだったはずじゃと。
屋根は雪が積もってただけで凍ってたわけじゃないんだよね。
でも滑るって。
現実世界なら難しいでしょうか。あそこはプログラム世界ですからね。
そういう問題じゃなくて、雪を滑る
Yeah,
のなん
that's
て
not the
簡単じ
issue.
ゃん。摩擦の少ないスキーとかソリとか使えばさ。
ここにもそんな道具はなく。
Yup, got it.
それは違うぞ。
The fact that there was nothing there was wrong. There absolutely was. And finally, the
Yeah,
lattice board
but
comes into place.
アバターを乗せて滑らせる道具ならあったよ。ほら、イルマさんのアバターのそばにスノコが落ちていたでしょ。犯人は彼女のアバターをあれに乗せて屋根の斜面をソリのように滑らせたんだよ。
So this completely eliminates the— well, no, it doesn't eliminate the possibility of suicide. She could have did this herself. But still, I feel like it's more likely that
僕が最初
somebody
に屋上の物置を見たとき、あそこには
walked in here and
スノ
did
コがあっ
this.
たんだけど。事件の後に調べた時にはそれがなくなっていたんだ。
屋上から消えたスノコが教会の横に転がってただと。だったらもう間違いねえじゃねえか。犯人はそのスノコをソリの代わりに使ったんだ。
ピンポーン、正解だよ。
struggling to load here.
犯人は屋上でイルマちゃんを殺した後、動かなくなった彼女をスノコに乗せて屋根の急斜面をソリのように勢いよく滑らせたんだ。
そしてスピードに乗ったイルマさんのアバターは屋根から飛び出して人属性以外は通り抜けられる壁をすり抜けてそのまま教会の壁に激突したんだよ。
So this means that the killer knew that they knew the secret of the entire virtual world, and they knew that Miyu's avatar was labeled as an object rather than— it's like the only people that I could possibly think of that knew that is Kokichi and the Mono Cubs. Like, I know Monotaro is having a very hard time remembering stuff, but is it even possible for the Mono Cubs to commit murder? Jesus. How she smacks the wall there.
ハンマーや携帯電話が散乱したのはその時ですね。ぶつかった衝撃で所持品が飛び散ったんです。
ぶつかって所持品が飛び散るなんてどっかのゲームのハリネズミみたいだね。
My gosh, he's talking about Sonic.
憎い。あいつの長年にわたる世界的名声が憎い。
There is literally nothing to hate about Sonic except for his arrogance.
お父ちゃん、やる気を出したのはいいけど、そんなにヘイトをまき散らしたらダメよ。
Not towards Sonic.
これからは新しい家族の模範にならないと。
そうそう、お父ちゃんはもうすぐおじいちゃんになるんだからさ。
No, you— what?
さて、 これで死体運搬方法も明らかになったし、犯人まであと一歩だね。
The one step away, we're still a couple hours
どう
away
さい
from,
はらちゃん、そろそろ犯人
or
の
maybe
居場所つ
another
いたか
hour
な
and change away from finding out who the culprit is. The culprit?
そうだよね。最終的には犯人を当てないといけないんだよね。
Like, it's not Tsumugi. Tsumugi saw Miyu because Miyu passed through the point where you're able to pass. Like, I don't think that it was anybody who was at the chapel while this was happening. Himiko, Maki, Kibo. The Kokichi claims that he was not able to get to the roof because the door was locked, but the Monokuma, not the Monokuma file, the truth bullet is saying that there is no witness who can confirm whether or not this is true. And that's what's getting me. Like, did Kokichi kill Miyu out of, you know, self-defense because Miyu was trying to kill him? You know, Ganta was checking outside to begin with, but I don't think that he did it. And Kaito was logged out by Miyu. I don't think we're gonna have another scenario where the protagonist did anything.
誰かがイルマさんを殺したなんて。
ですが、容疑者はかなり絞られています。犯行現場が館の屋上ということは、犯人は館を探索していた誰かとしか考えられません。
The culprit had to be somebody that was investigating the mansion. That's only me, Kaito, Tsumugi,
イルマさん
Ganta,
教会にいた僕らでは壁を通り抜けることも
and
川を越
Kokichi.
えることもできませんからね。
Because he was there at one point.
となると容疑者は桃田ちゃんと白金ちゃんと犀原ちゃんとゴンタか。
こっそり自分を抜いてるんじゃねえよ。
Exactly, leaving yourself off the list. You were in both areas.
西バレた？
That's right. 5 suspects. Me, Tsumugi, Ganta, Kokichi, and Kaito. We don't know enough to name the culprit yet, but one of them is suspicious. When we were talking about the rooftop, they clearly lied.
Yup. I think they're trying to go back to Kokichi. Saying that he wasn't able to get to the roof because the door was locked. I don't remember for sure, but I think the roof locks. From outside, not from inside. Kokichi, I think, was trying to get to the roof from inside the mansion. I don't think there's a truth bullet that says that. Meet up with me on the rooftop, but because the door to the rooftop was locked, he couldn't. There are no witnesses who can confirm whether or not Kokichi was actually in the salon. That's what's getting me.
But what reason would they have to lie? I'll need to press them for information before making any judgments.
You've gotta be talking about this guy.
君だ。大間くん、君に確認しておきたいことがあるんだ。
But it's still way too early. So, there's a chance he's not the killer.
さっき、君はどうしてあんな嘘をついたの？
My health is way too low. I mean, I died the last class trial and still got an A, so I don't know
俺嘘をつきすぎて忘れちゃ
if
ったみたいだよ。
dying is gonna make me lose a grade here, but
だったら教えるよ。僕が言っている君の嘘は
never went to the roof, not even for the meeting. It all began when Miyu showed us the map. And probably what happened, the culprit killed her on the locked roof.
あの時のあの発言だ。
Oh, here we go. I didn't think this was coming yet. Yep. Okay, we got a bunch of statements here. Trying to get rid of what looks like the most stuff right now. I gotta take off a lot of this. That's probably what happened. The culprit killed her on the locked roof. No, that's not the lie. Yeah, I gotta break all this stuff. Like, I have to break so much stuff right now. Like, I'm taking way too much time off the clock with this. But there's nothing I can do. And that's not the lie. No, like, no, we're gonna fail. Like, no, like, there was no way to do that. Like, there was no patterns to break.
これでこんなところで
Yeah, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I have to keep on doing this over and over. And now everything's in opposite spots. Yeah, like everything's a different color again. Yeah, this is obviously the lie. Like, that's the lie. The fact that he never went to the roof is a lie.
君は屋上に鍵がかかっていたことを説明するときこう言ってたよね
He never went to the roof, not even for the meeting. So, but the fact that you knew that the roof was locked.
君はさっき屋上の話になったとき
The mansion was on top of a hill, the roof was pretty high up. Past the brick handrail, the roof was at a pretty steep slope. Hey, you wouldn't know that if you had never been on the roof. The slope faced the chapel wall, on top of that there was snow on the roof. Hey, you wouldn't know any of that if you weren't on the roof.
やけに詳しく屋上のことを知っていたよね 実際に行ってみないとわからないはずのことまで。
I'm sure he has an explanation for that.
なんでそんなに詳しく知ってやがったんだ。
Somebody probably told him.
なってることくらい館の外からでも見えるだろうぜ。レンガ作りの手すりに関しては屋上に行かない限りはわからないはずだけど。
Yeah, like that, a lot of that was just way too specific.
あれあれれ
大間くん、どういうこと？あなたは本当は屋上に行ったんじゃないの？
だから言ってないって。さっきからそう言
Now
ってる
again,
じゃん。
it's still way too early, so
明らかに動揺してるよね。
この反応は嘘ではないんですよね。
でもさ、俺が屋上に行ってた根拠なんてど
you
こにもない
sweating
じゃん。
profusely and everything
思
like
い出し
that.
た。俺は夢野ちゃんが言ってたのを聞いただけなんだよ。
Oh, what did she say?
うちが
裁判の序盤に手すりはレンガ作りだって言ったでしょ。俺はそれを覚えてただけなんだよ。もう夢野ちゃんはうっかりさんだな。気をつけてよ。
When did she say that?
うちのせいなのか？
でも夢のさん
That's exactly. Well, when did she say that? I'm like, my memory is not that good, but I don't remember her saying that.
言ったよ。言ったに決まってんじゃん。
いや言ってねえだろ。
言ったって
言ってねえって。
言ったんだって。
だったらい
Just
つだ。
going back and forth.
何秒地球が何回回った時だ。
低レベルな
Yeah, exactly. This is getting annoying, guys. Come on now.
おじいちゃん止めてよ。こんな醜い争いはお腹の子に悪影響だわ。
Are you really pregnant, Monofanny? Like, what did you two do?
おじいちゃん、孫が生まれる前に止めて。
俺は絶対に譲らないよ。だって本当に夢野ちゃんが言ったんだもん。
すげえ野郎だな。
Oh, when did she say it?
いつまで続けるの？
We don't have time for this. But Kokichi is stubborn. He won't fess up no matter what. But if he's being this stubborn, it makes me think he has something to hide.
That's good thinking right there.
To get him to show his hand, I have to prove he was on the roof. I might not like it, but I have to be aggressive.
Even if you don't like it, you better be.
If we don't get the whole truth now, everyone's lives are in danger.
Let's go.
俺は屋上なんか行ってないって。
There was no evidence, no witnesses that can prove whether or not he had actually ever been to the salon.
屋上は鍵がかかってて入れなかったんだよ。
じゃあ大間君その後どうした？
もちろんすぐに引き返して。あとはずっとサロンにいたよ。
It's not this thing.
くそ。俺は屋上なんか行ってないって。
Okay, yeah, I'm not getting any more answers wrong at this point. Like, I'm not gonna keep wasting my health. No, I'm past this part. I have to be on the correct truth lord. I know I am. Okay, I did shoot the correct thing, but I didn't shoot it correctly.
嘘ばっかついてんじゃねえ。
嘘じゃないって。屋上は鍵がかかってて入れなかったんだよ。
その後どうした？
もちろんすぐに引き返して、あとはずっとサロン。
Come
地
on!
獄に落ちるんだぞ。
But how did that miss? And you lose health because of missing.
嘘ばっかついてんじゃねえ。
入ってたんだよ。もちろんすぐに引き返して、あとはずっと。
Thank you.
これで真実を暴く。大間くん、やっぱり君は嘘をついているね。
You don't have to ask him, tell him.
僕は事件が発覚する直前、君の様子を見にサロンに行ってるんだ。
Got him.
でもそこに君の
Like
姿は
what?
なかったよ。
What did it say? Man, what did it say in that? What did it say in that truth bullet? There is no witness who can confirm whether or not Kokichi was actually in the salon. Man, he's trying to say he was. There is nobody who can prove that he was.
本当に？
しかもその後もしばらくそこで待っていたけど、君は戻ってこなかった。
Please let Kokichi be the killer. And please just let him be the killer. I know it's way too early.
かかってるのを確認したらすぐにサロンに戻ったんじゃねえのかよ。
Like, it's way too early, but please.
そっか、犀原ちゃんはそんな卑怯な手も使ってくるんだね。で、みんなはどっちを信じるの？今の犀原ちゃんの言い分と俺の。
Sorry.
週一を信じるに決まってんだろ。
100% 犀原君を信じます。
あんたと比べたら誰でもそうなる。
Yeah, the one that's not Kokichi. That's a good answer.
犀原にスーパーヒトシ、いやスーパー卑弥呼ちゃん人形じゃ。
でもな、厨房を調べてた犀原くんがサロンに行くには、私がいた食堂を通らないといけないはずだよね。どうして私は犀原くんが通ったことに気づかなかったん
And
だろう。
that's the point. That's gonna ruin his entire argument.
だけど、やっぱり犀原くんを信じることにする。
And no, go back to what you just said.
までのこともあるしね。
In order to go to the salon, Shuichi would need to had to have passed Tsunugi, who was in the dining hall, and she never noticed him. Tsunugi and Shuichi were definitely both in the same room when they heard the loud noise, at least. And I don't suspect either one of these two, but and maybe this was an earlier point that she's talking about then, because these two definitely did meet back up in the mansion, but she's probably talking about earlier when Shuichi claims to have gone back to the salon to look for Kokichi. He never passed Tsumugi.
ごめん。ゴンタも犀原君を信じる。
You don't have to apologize.
そうなんだ。せめてゴンタにだけはそれを信じてもらいたかったんだ。
はっ、自業自得だ。今まで嘘で俺らを振り回してきたんだからな。
でも、どうして君らはそんなに嘘が嫌いなの？
What kind of a question is that?
たった一つしかない真実と違って、嘘には無限の可能性があるんだよ。中には、人を傷つけないための嘘や、人に優しくしたいための嘘だってあるのに、嘘って分かっただけで、その全てを否定するなんて。みん んな嘘に騙されるのが下手だよね。
What is he talking about?
てめえは屋上に行っただろ。
そこでイルマと会ったんじゃないの？
いや、会っているだけではなくお主がいるの。
いいよ。そんなに真実が知りたいなら教えてあげる。仕返しの意味でもね。
仕返し？
嘘つきの俺に嘘をつくなんていい度胸してるよね。悔しいから俺も犀原ちゃんの邪魔
So
してや
we're
ろう
lying to you?
もう推理も謎解きもさせないもんね。は？というわけで今から俺の罪を全て告白するからちゃんと聞いててね。
罪を告白って？
自白ってことか。やっぱてめえがやったんだな。
No, he didn't say he was confessing that.
あのね、俺がこの計画を思いついたのはイルマちゃんから待ち合わせの話をされた時なんだ。やけに彼女が熱心に誘うもんだからちょっと情報を引き出してみたんだけど、そうしたら彼女はみんなより一足先に俺にプログラム世界の説明をしてくれたよ。俺はそれを聞いて気づいたんだ。彼女が殺人の計画を企んでるってことにね。しかも俺を狙っているってこともね。で彼女に内緒でプログラム世界のことを調べてみるとすぐにショック死の件が分かった。
We're already over 3 hours into this,
とな
man.
ると彼女は間違いなくそれを利用した殺人を企んでいるはずだから、俺はそんな彼女の計画を利用する形で犯行に及ぶことにしたんだよ。そのために俺は彼女に協力するふりをしてみんなをプログラム世界におびき寄せたんだ。モノクマと手を組んだのもそれが理由だよ。
モノクマと手を組んだ。
ああ、バラしちゃったが。うん、その通りなんだよね。大間くんが殺し合いを盛り上げてくれるって言うから、その交換条件
Oh,
とし
yeah,
て、
and we saw this happen.
僕はあの殺し合いシミュレーターの中に動機を置いてきてあげたんだよ。
Yeah, we saw all that happen.
動機を置いてきたって。じゃああの外の世界の秘密って動機のことだったのか。
そんなのずるいよ。モノクマが誰か一人に肩入れするなんて。
肩入れしたわけじゃないよ。殺人に有利になるような手伝いをしたわけでもないしね。彼が殺し合いの展開についての提案をしてきて、僕はそれを受け入れただけ。何もルール違反はしていません。僕と大間くんはウィンウィンな関係なのです。
ふざけんな。どう考えたっててめえらグルじゃねえか。
まあまあ、モノクマと俺の関係は後で話すとして、先に俺の自白を終わらせてもいい？
いいけど、やけにあっさり自白するんだね。
しし謎解きの邪魔をしてゲームの達成感をなくしてやるって言ったでしょ。
I'm just ready for this class trial
ゲ
to
ー
be
ムに
done
勝
at
てな
this
いのは
point.
つまらなくしてやるのがせめてもの仕返しだからね。というわけで犯人はゴントだよ。
No, what? Are you kidding me? No, that has to be a lie. Now, I literally said that he was one of the people I suspected, but I couldn't think of why. The only reason I thought of Ganta was simply because he was watching outside. That's not good enough. I know that Ganta was also watching Kokichi and following him. But that may also be the reason why he's saying that Ganta's the killer. If Ganta was following Kokichi the whole time, not the entire time, but earlier on, then that means he may have overheard Miyu and Kokichi's conversation and possibly found out that Miyu was trying to kill him. Trying to kill Kokichi.
Huh? なんだと。待って、ゴンタはいつイルマさんを殺しちゃったの。
違うよ、殺してないから。今のは大間くんの嘘だから。
次はゴンタを利用する気か。けど今さらそんな苦し紛れの言い訳が通用すると思ったか。
そうじゃ、ゴンタにこの難解な犯行は不可能じゃ。あやつがそこまで賢いわけが。
そこで俺の出番ってわけだよ。
You knew it was coming.
実は俺とゴンタは組んでたんだ。この殺し合い学園生活を終わらせるための。
And he's saying exactly what I was just saying. But no, not really though. I didn't say they were working together, but I said that Ganta was following Kokichi. He may have ended up hearing Kokichi and Miyu's conversation and also picked up on the fact that Miyu was plotting a murder. And now he's saying that he and Ganta work together.
殺し合いバスターズをね。
殺し合いバスターズ。
俺ら二人でこの殺し合いに勝って殺し合いを終わらせようとしたんだ。
二人で。
ちなみに俺が殺人計画を考えてゴンタがそれを実行するって役割分担だったんだ。
ゴンタが実行。
ってさっきからゴンタが一番驚いてるじゃねえか。
だって全然知らない話だから。
もう嘘ついてないで正直に言いなよ。
ゴンタくんは正直に言ってるよ。あなたみたいに平気で嘘をつく人じゃないんだから。
それにいくらゴンタくんが騙されやすいからってさすがにもう大間くんと組むとは思えません。
That's a lie. That is a lie. Oh, why do you doubt that Ganta would ever work with Kokichi? And Ganta is incredibly gullible. He falls for every trick that Kokichi does. And now I do think that Ganta is the killer. And Kokichi probably tricked Ganta into committing a crime.
昆虫で和もう会の件でもうこりごりだよ。
Exactly. The insect meet and greet incident was because he allowed Kokichi to trick him into working with him. And kidnapping a bunch of the students and putting him in his entomology lab and harassing them with those insects. He's been tricked into helping Kokichi once. Oh, why couldn't it happen again?
はあ、そいつの魂胆なんて見えすいてるぜ。
I hope it's not the case, but
プログラム世界のことを理解できてねえゴンタなら簡単に騙せるとでも思ったんだろ。つまりそいつはゴンタを利用して罪を逃れようとしてるだけだ。
and I hope that this is the possibility. I hope that it's all just Kokichi trying to sacrifice another person.
ゴンタをそんな風に利用するとはな。
But
ごめん。そうだね。ゴンタにはひどいことをしちゃったね。サイファラちゃんに活躍させるのが嫌ってだけで勝手に裏切って真相をばらしちゃうなんてさ。
いい加減にしろ。そんな手は通じねえって言ってんだろ。
でも俺が計画を立ててゴンタがそれを実行したなら一連
exactly.
可能かどうかの問題じゃねえ。そんなのありえねえって言ってんだ。
No, what Kokichi just said is exactly what I said.
俺が計画を立ててゴンタがそれを実行したなら一連の犯行は可能だと思わない？
If he did it before, he can do it again. He has already tricked Ganta into helping him. But Ganta is very gullible. He constantly falls for Kokichi's ploys.
いや、可能かどうかだよ。学級裁判に余計な感情なんていらないからね。必要なのは論理的な思考だけ。そうだよね、犀原ちゃん。
あのさ、よく分かってないんだけど、これだけは言わせてほしいんだ。ゴンタ、入間さんを殺してなんかいないよ。本当に何も知らないんだ。それにゴンタは嘘をついてみんなを困らせたりしない。そんなの紳士のすることじゃない。だからゴンタは絶対に犯人じゃないんだ。
And people are always trying to frame Ganta too.
てめえの目を見りゃわかる。
うちの魔法でも確認済みじゃ。ゴンタは嘘は言っておらん。
だったら聞くけどさ、ゴンタじゃないなら犯人って誰なの？
You already know what they're gonna say. Exactly.
嫌だな。俺が入間ちゃんを殺せないのは証明済みじゃん。
証明済み？
俺？忘れちゃったの？だったらもう一度はっきりさせておこうか。俺が犯人じゃないってことをね。
Alright, hang on. Hey, let's see.
俺が犯人
It's
じゃない
setting
って
on
ことは
Kokichi's avatar.
すでに証明
It's
済
the
みだった
setting
よ
on
ね。
Kokichi's avatar.
ヒント
If
は
she
入間ちゃんの
touches him, he
殺害
can't
方
move.
法だよ。
首を絞められて殺されたんだよね。
トイレットペーパーを凶器にな。
首を絞められた入間ちゃんは抵抗するよね。だったら俺に締め続けるのは不可能だよ。
アバターの身体能力のことを言ってんのか？なもん後ろから締めればいいだけだ。
それなら
I couldn't even read that.
彼女の手が犯人の体に触れる程度です。
大した抵抗にはならねえから構わず締め続けることができたはずだ。
ほら、やっぱり俺は犯人じゃないでしょ。
だからなんでそうなるの？
I think it's what Kaito just said. If it's already been proven that Kokichi is innocent, we should have evidence of that. Before we can say one way or the other, we have to clear something up.
俺が
Yeah, but I think it's what Kaito said towards the end. But let me just make sure. Wait. We're about halfway through. A little more than halfway through. Or no, less than halfway through. Yes, it is what Kaito said, and I'm on the correct thought. I just want to make sure because I don't want to lose health.
後ろから締めればいいだけだ。
それなら抵抗されたとして彼女の手が犯人の体に触れる程度です。
大した抵抗にはならねえから構わず締め続けること。
How did that miss? Why do I keep on missing? How on earth did that miss? Come on! If I fail again, I swear! How am I missing? How? Like, I don't know how I'm missing. 1 minute left.
ならねえから構わず締め続け
Thank you. Like, I don't know how I'm missing.
確かに大間くんには入間さんの首を絞めて殺すのは無理かもしれない。
The setting on Kokuchi's avatar makes it so that if Miyu touches him, he can't move. So that's proof that he is not the killer.
無理ってなんでだよ。
入間ちゃんは殺す標的である俺が抵抗しないように俺のアバターにある設定を追加してたんだよ。入間ちゃんに触れられると行動不能になるって設定をね。
Again, because her goal was killing him.
だから刺殺とか撲殺とか一瞬で型がつくような殺しならまだしも考察なんて時間のかかる殺し方は俺には無理なんだよ。だって触れられるだけで失敗なんだからさ。
なんじゃと？
けどトイレットペーパーで首を絞めたなら直接は手を触れねえで済むはずだ。
But she could still reach him.
でも彼女の首にトイレットペーパーを巻く時も抵抗された時も触れられたらダメなんでしょ。だったらさすがに無理だね。
というわけで入間ちゃんの死因が考察である以上俺に犯行は不可能なのでした。
Like, I'm telling you, like, it's never going to be him.
待て、だったら考察じゃなくて何か別の方法で。
入間は考察で間違いない。それについては散々話し合ったでしょ。
にしし桃田ちゃんはどうしても俺を犯人に仕立て上げたいみたいだけどさ。君がいくらわめこうとも真実は変わらないよ。だって真実はたった一つしかないんだからね。入間ちゃんを殺した犯人は極原ゴン太なんだ。それがみんなが大好きな真実なんだよ。
違うよ、ゴンダは入間さんを殺してなんかない。本当なんだ、みんな信じてよ。ゴンダは誰かを傷つけたりしないって。
分かってるよ。ゴン太くんはずっとみんなを守るために体を張ろうとしてくれてたもんね。
Oh, what if Kokuchi lied to Ganta and told him that hurting avatars would not hurt the person in real life? Like, Ganta, I'm sorry. Like, Ganta is way too gullible. He believes anything that Kokuchi tells him. Like, Kokuchi most likely tricked Ganta into committing murder. He probably tricked Ganta into believing that hurting Miyu's avatar would not hurt her in real life.
そんな人が殺すはずないよ。ゴン太くんは虫も殺せないような人なんだからさ。
うちもゴン太を信じるぞ。もう大間の嘘には騙されん。
当たり前だ。誰があんな嘘つきの言うことを信じるかってんだ。ゴン太が犯人なんて嘘っぱちだ。そんなもん話を勝つすらね。
I don't know about that. If we want the truth, we might have to ask uncomfortable questions.
そうだろう修一、おめえもそう思うよな。
信じるか信じないかはもちろん大事だけど、でも僕が超高校級の探偵として思うのは、今回はそれだけじゃ勝てないと思う。何か釈然としないんだ。違和感っていうか、モヤモヤするっていうか、このままじゃダメだって気がするんだ。だからせめて話し合いだけはするべきだと思う。
ゴン太を 疑えってことか。
残念だったね、桃田ちゃん。犀原ちゃんは俺の意見に賛成みたいだよ。
Now, also, there is still a possibility that Kokichi is lying still, but no, it's already been proven. Like, he has a modification on his avatar that if me were to touch him, he wouldn't be able to move.
違う、僕は別に。
だけど皮肉だよね。犀原ちゃんが探偵として立ち直れたのは桃田ちゃんのおかげだっていうのに、そのせいで犀原ちゃんは探偵として疑う気持ちを強くしちゃったんだからさ。まあ仕方がないよね。それが探偵だからね。
だから違うって言ってるだろ。僕はみんなが生き残るために。
犀原君、本当に違うんだよ。ゴン太は犯人なんかじゃないんだよ。お願いだから信じてよ。
話し合いだけはしておきましょう。あくまで確認のためですが、ゴン太君に犯行が可能だったかどうかはちゃんと話し合っておくべきだと思います。合理的な判断を下すためにも必要です。
てめえら、なんでわからねえんだ。それが大間の狙いなんだぞ。こいつはそうやって仲間割れをさせようとしてるだけだ。周一、てめえも目を覚ましやがれ。
だけど
真実は2つに1つ。ヒートアップしてるところ悪いんだけど、どうやら意見がパックリと割れているようなので。おマットさんでした。お待ちかねの。
Okay, yeah, this again.
てめえは俺の助手だろうが。
桃田君。
Of course I want to believe Ganta. I don't want to think that he killed someone. But as the ultimate detective, I can't turn away from the truth. I need to find the truth.
Alright, here we go again. And it's time for split decision. We still got another half hour or so before we find out who the killer is. Possibly less. We started this second half of this about an hour ago already, so the time is really flying. Could Ganta have committed a murder?
周一、てめえはゴン太が犯人だっつうのか。
ゴン太くんは虫も殺せないような優しい人なんだよ。そもそも極原は誰にも見つからず屋上に行ける。
キーボくん。
館の外と屋上の間には玄関ホールしかありませんからね。
玄関ホールにだって人がいたはずだろう。大間モノクマと協力してることも自白してんだぞ。
大間くん、モノクマとは一時的に協力し合っただけだって。
全部嘘に決まっておる。イルマを殺したのは大間じゃ。
僕がイルマさんの殺害がゴン太くんに可能だったのも事実なんだ。
ゴン太はイルマさんを殺してなんかない。信じてよ。
周一、てめえはゴン太が犯人。
Okay, that was the wrong point.
てめえはゴン太が犯人だっつうのか。
僕が犯人かはわからないけど可能性は切り捨てられない。
ゴン太くんは虫も殺せないような優しい人なんだよ。
大間くん、こんな
Okay.
に優しい人がまさかってよく聞く話だよね。
そもそも極原は誰にも見つからず
キーボくん。
Okay, we already got
館の外と
rooftop.
屋上の間には玄関ホールしかありませんからね。
玄関ホールにだって人がいたはずだろう。
僕が。いや、
Okay, entrance hall.
玄関ホールは誰も担当していなかったんだ。
大間モノクマと協力してること。
大間くん。
Monokuma, we already got that one
一
right.
時的に協力し合っただけだって。
全部嘘に決まっておる。
キーボくん。
大間くんのアバターに特殊設定があった以上は不可能です。
ゴンタはイルマさんを殺っ
僕がイルマさんの殺害がゴンタ君に可能だったのも事実なんだ。
Okay, there we go. Last step of this.
これが俺たちの答えだよ。
Alright, there we go.
やっぱりゴンタ君に犯行が可能な以上はもう少し話し合ってみるべきだと思う。
そんなのおかしいよ。犀原君はゴンタ君よりも大間君の言うことを信じるの？
違う、僕はただ真実を見つけたいだけだ。今残っているみんなで生き残るためにも本当の真実を見つけたいだけなんだ。
でも本当なんだよ。ゴンタは本当に犯人なんかじゃないんだよ。
やはりうちにはゴンタが嘘をついているように
Like
は
that
思えんと。
he's trying to say over and over again that he's
Demo,
not lying, he's not the culprit.
嘘つきをあぶり出すには精神的に追い詰めないとダメだって。そうしてこそ初めて嘘のベールに隠された本性が姿を見せるんだって。だから俺は心を鬼にしてゴンタを責めるんだ。分かったらゴンタもちゃんとやれよ。真相にたどり着くように論理的な反論をしろよ。
That he is right. Like, no matter how many times the real killer tries to defend themselves, you know, saying that they're not the killer, asking for evidence and everything like that, being in tears, eventually they crack. Eventually they give in. If you're planning to expose a liar, you have to corner them psychologically.
論理的って。
頭を使ってちゃんと反論しろってことだよ。
頭を使ってって言われても。
だからお前が犯人じゃないならその根拠なり理由を論理的に話せって言ってるんだよ。
だけどゴンタは本当に何もわからなくて。
If you're unable to say anything to defend yourself,
わからないってのは聞き飽きたんだよ。どうしてお前はそんなにバカなんだ。
ゴンタはただみんなを助けたいだけなんだ。それが本物の紳士のすることだから。
何が本物の紳士だ。お前は本物のバカだよ。
待てい、そんなのはただのいじめじゃん。
いじめ？それがどうしたの？これって元からそういうゲームだよね。今まで寄ってたかって人を追い詰めてたくせに急に善人面するの？
いや、うちは寄ってた。
ゴンタさっさと反論しろよ。言い逃れでも言い訳でも何でもしてみろよ。もうやめろ。あ？やめろって何を？まさかこのゲームをやめろってこと？ねえ、それがどういう意味か桃田ちゃんにはわからないわけじゃないよね。
ああ、分かってるぜ。けどそれが何だっつんだ。
that he still hasn't
て
said
めえみてえに
anything.
胸くそ悪い真似までして生き残りてえとは思わねえんだよ。
へえ、そんなこと言っちゃうんだ。だったら勝手にどっかで死んでればいいだろう。俺らが生き残ろうとする邪魔をするな。
いい加減にしなよ。それ以上騒ぐとあんたが死ぬことになるよ。
ダメです、春川さん。落ち着いてください。
ごめん、こんな雰囲気になってるのって全部ゴンタのせいだよね。でも本当なんだよ。ゴンタは本当に犯人じゃないんだよ。だってゴンタは何も知らないんだ。本当に何もわ
Saying
か
you
らないん
don't
だ
know
よ。
anything isn't good enough. Like, it's not good
だ
enough.
からいい加減にしろって。お前はさっきからずっとそればっかりじゃないか。
Like, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, but I'm sorry. Just saying you're not the culprit because you don't know anything is not an answer. That's not a rebuttal. You have to defend yourself better than that. We'll see what he has to say when I come back. Alright. Gonta, but I want to hear a good rebuttal if you have one. Hey, give us a good rebuttal for why you're not the killer.
いい加減にするのはあなたの方だよ。
Wait. Oh, what did Kokichi just say?
It's all you've been saying this whole time.
All you've been saying this whole time. That's true about Ganta. This whole time, Ganta's been saying he doesn't know anything.
Ganta not understand either. Miyu like this when Ganta wake up. Ganta was sleeping too, had strange dream. Ganta not understand anything. Ganta not know murder already happened when Ganta wake up. But why this happened, why Miyu killed? Ganta not understand, he literally has been saying it the entire time. Ganta have no idea what he's talking about.
But when exactly did he start using that defense?
He started saying, I don't know, after logging out of the virtual world.
That's it. It was after he logged out. That means...
もしかしたらゴンタ君はあのプログラム世界で何らかの異変に襲われていたのかもしれない。
The accident that hurt Ganta. That was...
Oh, what was the accident concerning Ganta? Oh, was that the Avatar error?
これだ。
It was the Avatar error.
僕らがプログラム世界にログインしていた時、アバターに関するエラーが起きていたらしいんだ。
Some sort of Avatar user error occurred when you all logged in for the first time. The contents of the error are unknown, so I can't provide any details. But something strange definitely happened to someone's avatar when you all logged in.
誰かのアバターにエラーが。
ゴンタ君はあのプログラム世界から出た後、何も知らない、わからないというようになった。
Was his memory wiped? Like, no, what happened that he doesn't know and understand anything?
それはゴンタ君があのプログラム世界のことをよく分かってないからでしょ。
僕もそう思ってたけど、本当はアバターのエラーが原因なのかもしれない。
どういうこと？
If that error is what's affecting Ganta, and it's making him forgetful and loopy, then what was the error? No, what could it have been?
Okay, but before that, I'm just gonna get it started with a hint. Okay, well that's pretty obvious then. I need an M. The error that he received was memory loss. Okay, I gotta let this load back up. I need an L.
もしかしてゴンタ君ってプログラム世界で起きたことを覚えてないんじゃない？
え？覚えてねえだと。
君が何も知らないっていうようになったのはあのプログラム世界を出てからだった。その原因は君のアバターに記憶に関するエラーが出ていたせいかもしれない。
ああ、そのせいでプログラム世界で起きたことを何も覚えてないんだね。
And did he plug the ports into the wrong... Did he plug the cords into the wrong ports on his headset? Because remember, one port was for consciousness and the other one was for memory. On the headset visors. Yes, the red cord is for consciousness and the blue cord is for memory. It's unknown what would happen to the cords if they were. It was unknown what would happen if the cords were plugged into the wrong slot. And now we know what would happen. It's possible that Ganta had his cords plugged into the wrong ports, and therefore an error occurred. And he now has no memory of what happened inside that virtual world.
自分がイルマちゃんを殺したことさえも。
ふざけんな！そんなバカな話があるかよ！
そうだよ、そんなの絶対におかしいって。
何が記憶がねえだ。単にこいつが混乱してただけだろ。
ゴンタ君はコンピューターが苦手だって言ってたし、きっとそのせいなんだよ。
Well, then you're proving the point.
記憶があってもなくても、ゴンタは誰かを傷つけたりしないよ。ゴンタは犯人じゃない。
No, here we go again.
ゴンタは誰かを傷つけたりしない。
It's gotta be this.
何も覚えてねえ
The device instructions.
やったけど覚えてない。
仲間を殺すはずない。
もしエラーがあったとしても
みんなを守りたいんだ。
俺ら全員に影響があるはずだ。
守りたいなら嘘つくなよ。
他のみんなが平気ってことは
嘘だってついてない。
エラーなんて思ってねえ。
What Kaito said again is what's wrong. There was a glitch.
いや、ゴンタ君のアバターだけにエラーが出たのには理由があるんだ。プログラム世界にログインするため頭にかぶ
Exactly.
る装置、
Like I said,
あれに接続する2本のコードのせいだよ。
he had the cords plugged into the wrong ports. She said to put the red consciousness cord in the right port and the blue memory cord in the left port. And out of curiosity, what happens if you switch them? She doesn't know. Never done that before. Probably gets all glitchy.
あの時ゴンタ君は接続するコードを間違えて、そのせいでエラーが起こったんじゃないかな。
The error occurred when everybody logged in.
意識と記憶のコードを間違えたなら、記憶に関するエラーが起きてもおかしくないね。例えば、 アバターの時に得た記憶を現実世界に引き継げなくなるエラーとかさ。
なんだと。
ゴンタ君どうですか？コードの接続を間違えた可能性はありますか？
急に言われてもすぐには思い出せないけど。
間違えるはずがない。うちが何度も注意を促したはずじゃ。右はお箸を持つ方の手じゃとな。
I don't
ゴンタ
know.
お箸だけはこっちの手で持つんだけど。
そっちは左手じゃぞ。
これで決まりみたいだね。
決まりって何が？ゴータ君違うよね。プログラム世界のことを覚えてないわけないよね。
覚えてないっていうか、そもそもゴンタはそのプログラム世界ってところには行ってない
No,
よ。
you definitely did.
ゴンタ、あの装置を頭にかぶったところですぐに寝ちゃったんだ。しばらくして起きたらイルマさんが死んでて、何が起きたかさっぱりわからなくて、それで困ってたんだよ。みんなが話してることもよくわからないし。
そんな。
So that means that because he messed up the ports, he has no memory of even being in the virtual world, and as Kokichi said, therefore he has no memory of killing Miyu. In that virtual world, Kokichi probably tricked Ganta into doing it. And now Ganta doesn't even remember anything that happened.
でも理解しようと頑張ったんだよ。みんなの話からいろいろ想
Imagining
像し
it
て。
is not good enough.
ゴンタ、もういいよ。今
わかったって。何が？
俺と組んでイルマちゃんを殺した事実をお前がすっかり忘れてるってことだよ。
ちょっと待ってよ。ゴンタがイルマさんを殺したなんて嘘だよ。だってどうしてゴンタがそんなことするの？
なあ、嘘に決まってる。俺は絶対に認めねえからな。大体ゴンタがイルマを殺した根拠なんてどこにもねえじゃねえか。
He didn't need one. Like everybody is being obtuse. I just learned what this word means yesterday. You're all intentionally missing the point. Ganta did not need a motive. He screwed up the points, the ports, and the chords when he put his headset together and on. He has no memory of doing anything in that virtual world. He killed Miyu and has no memory of doing it. So, I'm not gonna say it's not his fault because he messed up the ports. But we know that Ganta would never actually kill somebody. But because he was inside of a virtual world and screwed up the ports, he basically was in no control. He basically had no control of the situation the minute he put the headset on.
殺人計画を立てた俺の証言があるけどね。
それが信じられねえっつってんだ。
大間君、君の話が本当だとすると、どうして君はそんな計画を立てたんだ？自分は殺人の計画を立てるだけで実行犯を他の人にやらせるなんてさ。
Yeah, that really does seem cowardice too.
その計画を立てた人も含まれるの？
No, they're not. The person who plans a murder is not the Blackened. It's only the person who acts it out.
いいえ、黒になるのは殺人を犯した実行犯のみです。
だったら殺人の計画を立てたところでメリットなんてないはずです。
それに優しいゴン太くんがそんな計画に乗ったのはどうして？
待てよ、まだそう決まったわけじゃねえだろ。
まあ動機の話なんてどうだっていいじゃん。それより犯人を決めちゃおうよ。
どうでもよくなんてないよ。
いいよ。このゲームにとって大事なのは犯人は誰だってことだけなんだよ。
This really is unfair. That is so unfair to Ganta. Like, you completely took advantage of his gullibleness. Like, you completely took advantage of his stupidity. I already said it, but Ganta falls for every trick that Kokichi pulls on him.
どうせ謎解きの補足でしかないんだからさ。
But this isn't even about that. Ganta screwed up his own headset and has no memory of what happened in that world.
俺はもうてめえの口車には乗らねえからな。
It just makes it even less
で
fair.
もゴン太が犯人ってのはもう覆らないと思うよ。ゴン太以外にこの犯行は不可能なんだからさ。
不可能だと？
そんなの消去法で考えてみればすぐにわかることなんだよ。
Process of elimination.
というわけで犀原ちゃん、相棒として俺に協力してくれるよね。
Me?
だってこのまま真実と向き合わなかったらみんなで死ぬしかなくなっちゃうんだよ。そんなの嫌でしょ。オッケー、じゃあ始めようか。
ふざけんな。これ以上勝手な真似は許さねえぞ。
桃太くん、今は彼の説明を聞くべきです。僕ら全員の命がかかっているんですよ。
まずイルマちゃんを殺した容疑者から外せるのはキーボーとユメノちゃんとハルカワちゃん
Yes,
の3人なんだ
those
け
are
ど、
all way off the list. Because we already know about the secret of this place, that's why we were able to hear Kipo's voice across
その理由は
the
犀
walls.
原ちゃんが説明してくれる？俺だと信用ないみたいだからさ。
The reason Kibo, Himiko, and Maki can be eliminated as suspects is because
They were at the chapel. They couldn't access the crime scene. They were at the chapel.
犯行現場に行けないからだろ。
They can't pass through the walls.
教会と
Only
館を行き
objects
来する
can.
のに必要な橋が落ちてて、壁を通り抜けられるのがイルマちゃんだけとなると
And Miyu's avatar was classified as an object.
教会にいた3人には館に行く手段がないからこの犯行は不可能なんだよ。で次に容疑者から外せるのは桃太ちゃんなんだけど、その理由もわかるよね。
And because Miyu locked him out.
桃太くんが先にログアウトしていたからだ。
そもそも桃太ちゃんをログアウトさせたのはイルマちゃんだったんだけど、その理由は現実世界で犯行が起きたって俺らに誤認させるためだったよね。でも実際の犯行がプログラム世界で起きたと明らかになった以上は、ログアウトしていた桃太ちゃんにもこの犯行は不可能なんだよ。だってイルマちゃんの死亡時刻は朝6時30分頃、桃太ちゃんがログアウトした後だからね。
Well after that point, yes.
すっかり大間の独壇場じゃな。
俺と犀原ちゃんとのコンビプレイも乗ってきたし、残った容疑者の話をしようか。俺とゴンタと白金ちゃんと犀原ちゃんの4人。 ここから白金ちゃんと犀原ちゃんが消えるんだけど、その理由はなんだっけ？
They never went to the roof. Oh no, they did. No, they were on the roof. No, it's the second option. They have solid alibis.
僕と白金さんはお互いがアリバイの証人になっているからだ。
君らはイルマちゃんが教会に激突する音を一緒に聞いたんだよね。あの時犯人は確実に屋上にいたはずなんだ。イルマちゃんを激突させたのは犯人だからね。だとすると犀原ちゃんと白金ちゃんは犯人にはなり得ないんだよ。さてこれで容疑者は俺とゴンタの2人に絞られたわけだけど、
だったらてめえが犯人だ。
Just stop, Kaito. Just stop.
期待を裏切るようで申し訳ないけど、俺に犯行が不可能なのはさっきも説明したよね。
Like, you guys are all being intentionally obtuse. No, we've spent the last 3 hours on this trial. Kokichi cannot be the killer because he was already Miyu's target. And he couldn't have, that's not the answer they're looking for, but there was a setting on his avatar that wouldn't allow him to do it.
イルマさんに触れると行動不能になる以上、
そうなると容疑者はたった一人に絞られるんだけど、それって誰だったっけ？ねえ、誰だったっけ？
周一答えるな。答えなくていいぞ。そいつは大間の罠なんだ。
There's only one possible suspect left. Only one person could have done this. And it is completely... Wait. And it is completely unfair to him.
ゴンタ君だよ。
He has no memory of the entire virtual world because of the mistake he made. Putting the headset together.
周一。そう、ゴンタ以外にこの犯行が可能な人物はいないんだよ。ね、分かったでしょ？これが俺らのたどり着いた真実なんだよ。お前らがずっと欲しがってた嘘偽りないたった一つの真実なんだよ。イルマ・ミユを殺した犯人は極原ゴンタなんだ。
そうなの？本当にゴンタがやったの
？The fact that he has no memory of even doing it is what's making this very upsetting.
もう反応が薄いよ。犯人ならもっと取り乱して盛り上げてほしいんだけど、犯行を忘れちゃってるなら仕方ないか。ま、犯人すら覚えてない犯行なんて前代未聞だけど、結果的にその方が良かったよね。だって覚えてたらもっと簡単にバレてたもんね。ゴンタはバカだからさ。
Just rubbing it in.
待てよ。俺はまだ認めてねえぞ。こんなもん大間の罠に決まってる。俺はまだゴンタを信じるぞ。ゴンタは人を殺すようなやつじゃねえ。
Is again being completely obtuse.
桃田くん。桃田ちゃん、 何度も言ってるけど、反論するなら感情論じゃなくて、
ちゃんとした根拠を出せっつんだろ。ああ、もちろんあるぜ。白金と秀一は玄関ホールでキーボの声を聞いた後、館の外に飛び出したっつったな。こん時てめえらは誰と会った？
Hey, you just proved why Ganta's the killer, dumbass! Oh, was that your way of trying to prove that Ganta was not the killer? By saying that after hearing Miyu's death happening, we found him on the roof? Was that your way of trying to prove that he was not the killer? Because you failed miserably. You just proved even more that Ganta's the killer. And did you see Kibo around here anywhere? No. Ganta no see him.
ゴンタ君だよ。
Hey, you just proved Kokichi's point.
けど
Even
さっき
further.
大間の野郎が言ってたよな。イルマのアバターが教会の壁にぶつかった時、犯人は屋上にいたはずだって。
そっか、ゴンタ君が犯人ならその時は屋上にいないとおかしいんだね。
その衝突音の後に急いで館の外に出た可能性もありますが、
屋上から館の外に出るには玄関ホールを通らないといけないんだよ。そこには衝突音を聞いて飛び出してきた犀原たちがいたんじゃなかったっけ？
だったら屋上から飛び降りたんじゃない？
He wouldn't jump off the roof.
それは無理じゃ。あの屋上はかなりの高さがあったぞ。
普段のゴンタなら可能かもしれねえが、アバターの身体能力ではどう考えたって不可能だ。
I feel like this is where that glitch is gonna come into play. Ganta's glitch is that he had lost all memory of everything that happened. And from the beginning, there was a user error because of the ports getting mixed up. I feel like that's gonna play a part somewhere.
もしゴンタが犯人だとしたら、あの時あいつが館の外にいたはずねえんだよ。
それでゴンタ君が犯人だとは言えなくなるよ。よかったね、ゴンタ君。
そうなの？本当に？
No, not really. It would have been so nice if that were the truth. If Kaito were right, and this horrible trial would just end. But...
それは違うんだ。あの時、ゴンタ君が館の外にいたからって、彼が犯人じゃないってことにはならない。犯人には、屋上から館の外に直接降りられる方法があったから。
犀原ちゃんは気づいたみたいだね。それならあとは任せるよ。
桃田くんの気持ちはわかるよ。それはみんな一緒だから。でも僕らは真実と向き合わなきゃいけないんだ。どんな残酷な真実だろうと、生きるためにはそれと向き合わなきゃいけないんだ。
秀一、てめえはどっちの味方だ？
He's on the side of hope. He's on the side of survival.
てめえは俺の助手じゃなかったのか？あれはてめえの嘘だったのかよ？
桃田くん。
だったら俺がそのちんけな推理を打ち破っててめえの目を覚まさせてやる。
I can't doubt my detective work now. If I want us all to survive, I can't back down. Alright, here we go.
俺は絶対に認めねえからな。てめえはゴンタの何を見てきたんだ。ゴンタは人を殺すようなやつじゃねえ。
This is getting ridiculous.
てめえだって
Already
分かってんだろ。
ridiculous.
俺は絶対に認めねえからな。てめえはゴンタの何を見てきたんだ。ああ、ゴンタを信じようとは思わねえのかよ。大間の言うことを信じるのかよ。俺の助手じゃなかったのか。目を覚ませよ秀一。ゴンタを信じようとは思
This is
わねえ
already
のかよ。
like
大間の言うことを信じるのかよ。俺の助手じゃなかったのか。目を覚ませよ秀一。ゴンタを信じようとは思わね
like
えの
it's
かよ。
just getting more and more difficult each time we do this.
てめえが信じたいのは誰かって聞いてんだ。大間が俺たちにしてきたことを思い出せ。ゴンタがみんなを守ろうとしてきたことも、ゴンタが犯人なわけねえだろうが。それでもゴンタが犯
Everything
人だ
is
って言いて
moving
えの
so
か。
fast.
真実って言ってるけどよ。ゴンタが犯人じゃねえって理由もあるんだ。てめえが信じたい
I'm
の
gonna
は
break
誰
these
か
buttons
って
on
聞
this
いてんだ。
controller.
大間が俺たちにしてきたことを思い出せ。ゴンタがみんなを守ろうとしてきたことも、ゴンタが犯人なわけねえだろうが。それでもゴンタが犯人だって
Like
言
I
いてえの
swear
か。
that this controller is not gonna make it.
って言ってるけどよ。ゴンタが犯人じゃねえって理由もあるんだ。てめえが信じたいのは誰かって聞いてんだ。ああ、
Okay,
屋
final
上から
blow
館の
outside
外
the
に直接降りる方
discover
法なん
toilet
てね
paper
え。
outside the mansion. Discover
てめえが
toilet
信じ
paper
たいのは
outside.
誰
Wait,
かって
what?
聞いてんだ。大間が俺たちにしてきたことを思い出せ。ああ、
But how was that still
屋
not
上から
it?
館の外に直接降りる方法なんてねえ。
Toilet paper outside mansion.
てめえが信じ
What?
たいのは誰か。
Just hold on, man. How is that wrong? No, the toilet paper discovered outside mansion. That's what it is.
聞いてんだ。大間が俺たちにしてきたことを思い出せ。ゴンタがみんなを守ろうとしてきた。屋上から
Undiscovered
館の外に直
toilet
接
paper
降りる方
outside
法なんて
mansion.
ねえ。てめえが信
Come on, man. I still put the wrong thing anyway.
じたいのは誰かって聞いてんだ。大間が俺たちにしてきたことを思い出せ。ああ、屋上から館の外に直接降りる方法なんてねえ。
これで終わりだ。
ちくしょう。
The toilet paper is
屋
the
上か
proof.
ら館の外に直接降りる方法。
Like at the very beginning when we first looked at that toilet paper on the truth boards, I was saying that this was gonna be an item that we overlooked. We had no idea what importance it had, and it was gonna end up being the ultimate clue.
は館の外に落ちていたトイレットペーパーだよ。犯人はあれを使って屋上から館の外側に降りてきたんだ。
トイレットペーパー。
Because again, objects can't break.
凶器のトイレットペーパー。ここでも犯人はあれをロープ代わりに使ったんだ。だからこそあのトイレットペーパーは
Anywhere but the roof.
犯行現場の屋上でも入間さんが倒れていた教会の横でもなく館の外なんかに落ちていたんだよ。
Oh yeah, I guess that wasn't the roof. That was outside the
ロ
mansion.
ープ代わりにして屋上から降りてきたってことはよ。 トイレットペーパーを屋上のどこかに結んだってことか？けどあの屋上には結べそうな場所なんてなかったぞ。俺は屋上を調べてたからわかんなよ。
桃田ちゃんしぶといね。まだ続けるんだ。
当たり前だ。では最後までゴンタを信じるぜ。
This is more than just stubbornness. This is obtuseness. This is refusal to see the pointness. Yes, the place where the toilet paper was tied down. You know, right there. It had to have been right there.
屋上にあった望遠鏡の支柱だよ。あそこならトイレットペーパーを結べるよね。ただ
There was a whole thing of binoculars on the roof.
トイレットペーパーを結んだわけじゃなくて、その支柱に引っ掛けて折り返して。犯人は2枚重ねたトイレットペーパーを掴んで降りていったんだと思う。そうすれば降りた後に下から引っ張るだけでトイレットペーパーが回収できるからね。
正解だよ。実はそれも俺が考えた方法だからね。
No, congratulations.
そうなの？ゴンタにはちゃんと言ったんだけどな。トイレットペーパーはトイレに戻しておけって。その道中で誰かと出くわしたせいで慌てて近くに放り投げちゃったのかな。
What? Like, come on, we didn't see him throw it?
桃田ちゃんも打ち止めみたいだし。
So we didn't catch him doing all that.
どうやらそうみたいですね。
そんなのって。
じゃあ本当なんだね。本当にゴンタがイルマさんを殺しちゃったんだね。
計画を考えたのは俺だけどね。ま、とりあえずさっさと認めちゃいなよ。覚えてないけど自分がやりましたってさ。
でもなんでゴンタはそんなひどいことを。
だからさ、泣く前にさっさと自分の犯行を。
やめろ。
Yeah, like
お前なんか
seriously,
にやらせ
enough.
ない。ゴンタ君に自分の罪を認めてもらうのは僕がやる。ゴンタ君、僕がもう一度事件を振り返って全てを説明していくから。だから
Yeah, it's late at night.
それで君
It's
が納
time to
得
put
で
this
きたら
down, the whole trial and arrest.
終わりにさせてくれ。
Or time to close it out, as this game likes to call it. Alright, so now let's end it off. What color cord did the culprit stick in the right port? Nope. Okay, so we're not on that part yet. Hang on, I gotta fix the audio before I gotta hurry up. So we're not gonna be able to finish to do that yet. What did Miyu bring from Shuichi's lab? A bottle of poison. Okay, next. What was posted in the entrance hall of the mansion in the virtual world? The phone? Not the cell phone. Or the map of the virtual world, rather. That's what was posted. What did Miyu do when the others left for the mansion? No. No. Who was investigating the kitchen? Who was investigating the roof? We don't have any of these answers yet. Who was investigating the dining hall? Yeah, we don't have any of these answers yet. Oh, what object did Mia use when she got to the mansion? Yeah, she used the cell phone. Who was logged out on the virtual world? Kaito. We only get 5 minutes. But what was the weapon Miyu brought to kill Kokichi? I don't think we have it yet. It's the hammer, but we don't have that yet. What did the culprit use to strangle Miyu? Toilet paper that doesn't rip. To move the body off the roof, they used the lattice. How did the culprit escape the roof? No. No. No, we don't have this yet. Oh, what color cord did... What did Miyu do when the others left? Oh. Did that to the... Okay. Who was investigating? No, we still don't have any answers to this yet. Focus and hammer. That's the weapon that she used. Okay. So now we should be able to answer binoculars. Blue cord. Okay, that goes there. 3 minutes left. Looking for the secret of the outside world. Don't know if we have that yet. Shuichi Sailor looking for the secret of the outside world. I believe he was investigating the kitchen, right? Yes. Shuichi was doing the kitchen. Binoculars and toilet paper. That's how they escaped. That's what they used to escape. So now back to this. Sumigi was in the dining hall. And last but not least, Kaito was on the roof. Oh, that's not it. Investigating the outside of the mansion, that is you. Okay, there we go.
事件の始まりは昨日の夜だった。僕らはイルマさんとモノクマの口車に乗せられ、プログラム世界へとログインすることになった。プログラム世界にログイン
This
する
was a
に
very
は
interesting
意識と記憶の
motive and event,
装置
turn
の
of
端子に
events.
つなぐ必要があった。
But this is just a very upsetting way for somebody to, for the culprit to
僕
be
らはそれぞれ
executed.
自分の装置に2本のコードを接続し、プログラム世界へとログインしたんだ。
It's all because he plugged the cords into the wrong port.
でもこの時犯人は意識と記憶のコードを間違ってつなげてしまっていたんだ。これによって本体の脳とアバターとの接続に何らかのエラーが発生してしまって、犯人だけがプログラム世界での出来事や犯行を全て忘れてしまうという現象が起きてしまったんだ。 ひょっとしたらアバターの人格にも何か影響を与えていたのかもしれない。
No, yeah, it most likely did. It was a whole, what did he call it? Something fever from the second game. Something fever that made all the characters act differently.
だってあんなに心優しい人が殺人を犯すなんて未だに信じられないから。でも僕らは犯人にエラーが起きていたことには気づかず、順番にプログラム世界へとログインしていった。そんな中、最後までログインせずに残っていたのがイルマさんだ。彼女には
sorry.
ある目的があった。殺し合いシミュレーターもそのために改造したんだ。
She was planning her own murder on somebody who, like, I hate to say it, but somebody who absolutely would have deserved it, but still.
イルマさんは他のみんながログインしたのを確認した後、懐から毒薬の小瓶を取り出すと、それを大間くんのソファーに置いたんだ。みんながプログラム世界から帰ってきた時に大間くんが毒殺されたと見せかけるためにね。そう、イルマさんが殺し合いシミュレーターを改造し、みんなをプログラム世界に誘導した目的は、プログラム世界で大間くんを殺害し、現実で毒殺されたように偽装することだったんだ。
I can close out of this now.
殺し合いシミュレーターにログインした僕たちは、まずイルマさんからその世界の説明を受けた。ログアウトはサロンの電話機から、物が壊れない、アバターの互換などのルールや、館の玄関ホールに貼ってあったプログラム世界の地図についての説明をね。でもこの説明自体がイルマさんの仕掛けたトリックで、僕らに世界の構造を誤認させるための罠だったんだ。だけど僕らの中に一人だけその目的を察知していた人物がいた。イルマさんが殺そうとしていた相手、大間くんだ。この時すでに大間くんはイルマさんの計画を逆に利用し、彼女の殺害を企てていたんだ。そしてその大間くんに利用されて殺人に協力したのが、
Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. He used the patsy to be the culprit in this case.
大間くんが動機を話してくれないせいで、どうして犯人が協力する気になったのかはわからない。でもおそらくログインしてすぐ大間くんと犯人が一緒に外に出た時に、
It's a derogatory term, but it's an accurate
二人の間
term.
に協力関係が結ばれ、犯行計画が立てられたんだと思う。その後僕らは再び大間くんたちと合流し、川を越えて教会へとたどり着いた。そしてイルマさんの号令のもと、手分けして外の世界の秘密を探すことになった。僕、桃田くん、大間くん、ゴン太くん、白金さんの5人は館の探索、春川さん、夢野さん、キーボくん、イルマさんの4人は教会の探索。それぞれが手分けして探索を開始したけど、この担当分けもイルマさんの計画の一つだったんだ。教会に残ったイルマさんは外を探すと言って春川さんたちと別行動をとると、すぐさま
That
館に
running
向かってい
animation
る
is
僕たちの
ridiculous.
後を追った。 僕らが橋を渡り終えるところを確認した彼女はそこでわざと橋を川の中に落とした。そうすることで館と教会が川で分断されたと僕らに印象づけようとしたんだ。あの時はイルマさんの性格もあって僕らは単なるいたずらとしか考えなかった。だからそのまま外の世界の秘密を見つけるために館に戻って探索を始めることにしたんだ。
This is not as confusing as the funhouse, but still a very interestingly put
館
together
に戻った僕たち
world.
はすぐに手分けして外の世界の秘密を探し始めた。サロンは大間くん、屋上は桃田くん、食堂は白金さん、厨房は僕、そして館の外を担当していた人物、その人こそが今回の事件の
Yeah,
犯人
like
だっ
at
た。
the very beginning, I said that Gonta was suspicious simply because he was investigating outside, but didn't feel like that was good enough.
その頃イルマさんは教会の横にある世界の壁に向かっていた。壁の隠しルートを通って館に移動し標的である大間くんを殺すためにね。実は教会の横にあった世界の壁はイルマさんが追加で設置した特殊な壁だったんだ。この壁は物属性だけが通り抜けられる設定になっていて、さらにイルマさんのアバターだけは人属性から物属性に変更されていたんだ。それが隠しルートの正体。彼女だけが通れる世界の壁そのものが秘密の抜け穴だったんだ。そうして館に向かったイルマさんは途中
Yeah,
でそ
so
の
assuming
姿を
he was not tripping when she
白
saw
金さんに見られ
Miyu
て
walk
しまった
past
も
that
のの
window.
館に入るなり隠し持っていたあるものを取り出した。プログラム世界、彼女は
Oh, sorry.
僕らに内緒でログアウトの手段をもう一つ隠し持っていたんだ。そして彼女は携帯電話に向かってある人物の名を呼び、その人を強制的にログアウトさせた。屋上で探索をしていた桃田くんだ。屋上はイルマさんのターゲットである大間くんとの待ち合わせ場所だった。桃田くんに屋上を担当させたのもイルマさんの計画で、強制ログアウトで人払いを行うと同時に桃田くんに罪をかぶせるという狙いがあったんだ。でも彼女の計画が順調だったのもここまでだ。その時大間くんは犯人と一緒に屋上で待っていたんだ。イルマさんを犯人に殺害させるために。イルマさんが大間くんに気を取られている隙に彼女の背後に近づいた犯
And
人だ。
somebody as huge as Gonta to be able to sneak up behind somebody.
館のトイレにあったトイレットペーパーでイルマさんの首を絞めた。プログラム世界のものが壊れないって設定のおかげでトイレットペーパーでも首を絞めることが可能だったんだ。そしてイルマさんのアバターはそのまま考察され、そのショックで 現実の入間さんも死んでしまったんだ。入間さん殺害後、大間くんは犯人に後処理を任せ、先に屋上から出て行った。おそらくすぐに館のサロンに戻ったはずだよ。誰かがサロンに。こうして屋上に残った犯人は物置からスノコを持ってくると、入間さんが持っていたハンマーや携帯電話と一緒に彼女の死体をそこに乗せたんだ。
Yeah, so this means that Ganta's avatar was fully aware of the secret of the virtual world.
そして犯人はスノコを手すりの外に出すと、屋根の急斜面を勢いよく滑らせた。死体を乗せたスノコはソリのようにスピードを上げて屋根を飛び出し、物属性だけが通れる壁を通り抜け、そのまま教会の横の壁に激突した。それが教会にいたキーボくんたち、そして館にいた僕たちが聞いた激突音の正体だったんだ。入間さんが作った壁のせいでわからなかったけど、実は館と教会はすぐ近くに立っていたんだ。だから館にいた僕や白金さんも激突音を耳にすることができたんだよ。そしてこのトリックの最後の仕上げは、犯人が屋上から脱出することだった。館にいる
I know
僕
this
ら
is a
に
long stream,
屋
I'm
上か
sorry,
ら
but
階段で降りてくる姿を見られるとまずいから、
we're gonna get through all this together
トイレ
right
ット
now.
ペーパーを使って屋上からの脱出を試みたんだ。屋上にあった望遠鏡の支柱にトイレットペーパーを引っ掛けて、それをロープ代わりにして急斜面の屋根を降りていったんだよ。こうして無事に地面に降りた犯人はトイレットペーパーを引っ張って回収し、それをトイレに戻して証拠隠滅するはずだった。でも
Oh my gosh, I keep...
犯人は慌ててトイレットペーパーを近くに投げ捨ててしまったんだ。
I really don't know how we didn't see them toss something in a panic. And how we walk out and just in time for him to finish climbing all the way down the roof.
そのおかげで僕らは真相にたどり着けた。もしそのミスがなかったら、犯人すら覚えていない謎を解くことは不可能だったかもしれない。これが君が忘れてしまった事件の真相だよ。超高校級の昆虫博士、極原ゴン太くん。ゴン太くん、これが僕らがたどり着いた真実だよ。
ごめん。やっぱりよくわからないや。ゴン太はバカだからさ。でもみんながそう言うならきっとそうなんだろうね。ゴン太はみんなを信じるよ。
ゴン太くん。
でもなんでだろう。入間さんを殺してそれを全部忘れて自分は悪くないと思い込んで、しかもそれを誰かのせいにしようとしてみんなを苦しませていたなんて。なんで なんでゴンタはそんなひどいことをしたんだよ。
いえ、ゴンタ君のせいではありません。
ウォーマくんのせいだよ。あの人がゴンタくんを騙したせいだよ。
騙したわけじゃないんだけどな。まあその話の前に投票タイムだね。先に学級裁判を終わらせないと。
In a way, you definitely did trick him.
そうだ。
Because he was following
本当に
you.
合っているのか？実はウォーマに騙されているということはないのか？
大丈夫だよ。むしろそれが悔しいけどさ。
あれ、もう終わりでいいの？
No, what do you mean already? It's been 5 hours.
なんだかパッとしない結末だね。こんなに爽快感のない投票タイムは初めてだけど。まあ何度も殺し合いをやってればたまにはこういうこともあるか。
でもそろそろやめにしないとね。殺し合いなんてお腹の子に悪
It
影
took a
響
very
だも
long
ん。
time to end this trial.
モノタロウったらしっかりパパの顔になってきたわね。
うん、生まれてくる子のためにもこれからはオイラがしっかりしないといけないからね。
では気を取り直して始めましょう。白と黒の運命を分けるワクワクでドッキドキな投票タイム。
Alright.
さて投票が終わったようなので早速結果発表に行きましょうか。
And one person still tried to vote for Kokichi.
投票の結果黒となるのは誰か。その答えは正解なのか不正解なのか。
No, this is so unfair to him, man. Okay, we got an A still. 221 coins obtained.
Well, look at that. You voted correctly. Congratulations, you guys.
喜びの
Give
声を。
yourselves a hand. Let me hear your joyful voices.
喜びの声を。
I said, let me hear your joyful voices.
くそ。
Damn it, why?
うわ。
Geez, they're all just moping around. They should be happy for themselves. I know, I'm super happy. Hey, what should we name the kid? Good question. We should prepare 6 names.
Why?
What? We're having 6 toplets? I'm so happy I might go crazy.
っていうかさ、
Hey, Kokichi. You said this would liven things up. What gives, huh?
ほら、
You said you were gonna liven up the killing game in the class trial. And I said I put the motive, the secret of the outside world, into the killing game simulator. That was just a lie.
なんだ。
Oh, so it was just a lie.
なんじゃと。
You just laughed it off?
あのさ、
You satisfied, Kokichi? I want you to tell us. What is the outside world? Is it the motive you gave Ganta? Now, I plan to explain all that, but it's more like, how do I say it? You don't care, and you're not going to. You guys are just gonna assume it's a lie if you hear it from my cute lips.
そっか
Oh yeah, now let's have Ganta explain.
Eh?
Huh? Ganta?
やめてください
Ganta doesn't remember anything. How can you expect him to— Hang on.
よーし
Then we should all go back into the killing game simulator.
Eh?
What?
だってさ
Why don't we ask the Ganta in the virtual world?
ですが
But going back to the virtual world is—
うぷぷ
There's a much easier way than that pain in the ass method. Just skipping
記
straight to
憶が
the—
引き継がれなかったってことはデータはそのまま残ってるはずだから
Okay.
前回ログイン時のゴンタ君の意識データを復旧し残ってる記憶データと組み合わせるほらゴンタアルターエゴの完成です
An alter ego Ganta. Look at
ア
that.
ルターエゴ
要はプログラム空間のもう一人のゴンタ君だねこっちのゴンタ君から話を聞けばあの世界で何が起きたのかわかるはずだよ
This was an insanely long class trial.
何これどうなってるの
Is this Ganta? Is that Ganta?
どういうことじゃ
What sort of phenomenon is this? What did you do?
あのね
Relax, Himiko, it's not magic. It's not a trick. Alter ego Ganta is just a computer simulation. It's just imitating Ganta's thought patterns. It's actually different from the real Ganta. Ganta not understand. Who's this alter ego person?
というわけで
See? It's even still like the real Ganta. You can hardly tell the difference. Plus, he's got Ganta's memories of the virtual world, so he should remember what happened.
お願いだよ
Then, other Ganta, tell Ganta.
なんで
Why? Why did Ganta kill Miyu?
Eh?
Kill Miyu? Why does other Ganta know about—
は
Unfortunately, our plan failed. You can tell him the truth now.
そっか
Oh,
ゴンタは
then Ganta no could save everyone?
Eh?
Save everyone?
わからないよ
Hey, answer Ganta. Why did Ganta kill Miyu?
違う
Ganta just want to save everyone. Wanted to save everyone.
それは
What do you mean? He means that because he knew Miyu was trying to kill Kokuchi and then frame somebody else for it, he had to stop her because it would have led to everybody being executed.
ゴンタは
But Ganta think for a long time, how can Ganta be useful for everyone? Ganta not smart enough to help with trials. Ganta strong, but no can fight exisals. Ganta feel frustrated because Ganta no could do anything. Ganta understand how this Ganta feels.
ええ
Technically, they are the same person.
だけど
So that's why Ganta think he had to do it for everyone's sake. Ganta think he gotta do it cause everyone else not want to.
ゴンタは
So, Ganta kill Miyu. What do you mean by that? I don't get it at all.
あららららら
Jeez, not as bad as explaining as always. I guess I'll help. Guess I'll have to help. So if you remember what happened at that time, you shouldn't if you want to prevent another murder from happening. I'll take that card key. But all the way back to this? Kokuchi used his life by his advantage and took the card key from Monokuma. So you used it.
うん。
After working tirelessly, I finally found the door for the card key. After opening it, I saw the outside world.
は
The outside world.
何
That was Monokuma's motive? But why would seeing the outside world be a motive?
うーん。
I'll tell you guys in a second, but that was when I found out about Miyu's plan.
西し
And it hit me. If I combine the two, then I'd be able to save everyone.
待ってください。
Save everyone? What do you mean?
ねえね
Hey, now you gotta listen to everything I say first.
と。
Anyway, that's when I made a deal with Monokuma. If I livened up the killing game, then he would let me use the outside world as a motive again. Again?
つまり
Let me chime in. The motive keycard that Kokachi nabbed was the right to view the outside world. But even though he saw the outside world, he didn't try to use it for the killing game. That disappointed me. But when Kokachi suggested that we reuse... But then Kokachi suggested that we reuse the motive.
そうそう
He said we should bring back the right to view the outside world one more time. And I decided to run with that idea. So I loaded a flashback light with memories of the outside world and put it in the simulation. Memories of the outside world in the flashback light.
は
The secret of the outside world in the virtual world was about the flashback light.
わかったでしょ。
And if it was the flashback light, it would mean the secret of the outside world is part of our forgotten memories. What are you saying?
待って
But why would anything about the outside world be a motive in the first place?
理解不能です。
What's going on here?
あれ
You can't remember? Okay, fine. I know it's 5 hours in, but I'm trying to reach the end of this chapter.
いいか
Let's talk about the motive later. We gotta finish up this case first.
と。
Monokuma hid the flashback light in the simulator, but I knew where it was hidden. And I showed it to Gonta in the virtual world. Hey! You even knew where it was hidden? That's not fair!
ぶっちゃけ
Whoa, I just placed it. I never actually said I hid it.
残念
If anyone had asked, I would have gladly told you where it was. It's a little late for that.
ふざけやがって。
So Gonta was exposed to the flashback light. Yeah. When Kokichi and Gonta leave together. But Gonta can watch Kokichi so he not do anything weird. That was decided upon. Was Kokichi trying to lure Gonta off by himself?
まあね。
The only person I entrusted with the secret of the outside world was Gonta.
ゴンタは
After that, Gonta got taken to Forest near Mansion. Is this flashback light? Okay, I'm sorry guys. I'm gonna need to end the stream. Like the flashing lights of the when they're trying to show the flashbacks, it's like it's getting too late, and it's getting to my head at this point. So we'll conclude this chapter and try to get through as much of the next chapter as possible, because I do want to still try to reach the next incident that occurs. But at this point, we're more than halfway through this game. We're almost at the end. We're getting very, very close. So, excited to find out what happens from this point forward. But this is truly upsetting that all this is happening to Gonta. Like, it's really not fair. But we'll conclude this in the next stream of this game. Conclude the chapter and continue on with the next thing and everything. So the next stream will be a long one too. But thank you all for watching, and enjoy the rest of your night. Have a good sleep if it's also nighttime for you guys.
But otherwise, have a good rest of your time. I'll see you all next time. Have a good one, everybody.